All right. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome. Happy Monday. Hope your week's been off to a good start. Or whatever. I don't know, whenever you're watching this. Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna be working on something a little fun tonight. So this idea came up on Friday, and I realized, holy shit, it's gonna fix a lot of problems, a lot of unsolved problems. So we are going to put a task scheduler into Pidgin with our own basic tasks. Why, you may ask? Well, reconnecting accounts is one. Sending scheduled messages is another. Reminding users of old messages is yet another. Changing your status messages or avatars after X amount of time or whatever is yet another one. Checking for new versions is another task we need to do randomly, and I'm sure we'll think of more. So I did spec out a bunch of this. I started implementing it last night, and the spec was wrong. It's okay. It's fine. I got most of the code going. I think the task might actually work already, but we have to write unit tests for it because I didn't write anything yet. But that is the plan. How's it going, Subuntu? Welcome. How are you? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, so I wrote the whole damn scheduled task thing, and I'm trying to decide if we want a canceled task or not, or signal or not. And we might add an execution time. So the original design with this was that the task itself would literally just hold data, and then the scheduler would, the task scheduler would go ahead and like do the actual scheduling and like manage timeouts and stuff like that. And the problem with that is then you have to open up that data to being read and written by anybody. So instead, I ended up going with a schedule property on the task itself, which means all of that responsibility of scheduling the task and everything will get removed from the manager or from the scheduler and put into the task. But the idea is going to be that when you add a task to the scheduler, it'll automatically schedule it. So like people shouldn't have to call this directly. Oh shit! No, they will have to. So I've played around with where when the timeout or when the task is going to get scheduled, the scheduled time, whatever, right? I played around with where this is going to be. Originally, it was going to be in the constructor. That led to issues, especially when you had to schedule it. Okay, so what if you cancel it? Can you reschedule it? Can you, right? This is, typical task scheduling bullshit. So I was like, all right, we'll just put it on the schedule or on the schedule function, and then we'll go from there. Although I guess when you add it to the scheduler, you could give it the time for it to run. And then it'll call schedule. Yeah, okay, I think that's what we'll do. That's not too bad. But yeah, so I wanted to add a property on whether or not it was executed, because we don't have that yet. And I don't know how the shit we're gonna unit test this yet. But we're gonna get there. But we're gonna add prop executed. But yeah, I stayed up too late last night working on this too, which was even funnier, but whatever. Then we're gonna say, oh no, we do need this way then. Purple scheduled task, star task equals purple scheduled task, or I don't have to do that, I'm gonna say data. And then we can say g-signal emit task. I say task dash executed equals true, and then g object notify by vspec g object task properties prop executed. We might play around with this. We might move this elsewhere. We'll see. But that should be fine. This is get property. Yep. Case prop executed g values that boolean value purple schedule task get executed. That sounds like a bad action movie. Get executed, like a one-liner, right? I'll be back. Get executed. Get terminated. Right? I don't know. Oh, I guess when we schedule this too. Fine, fuck it. Static void, purple scheduled task. Set executed. Executed. Return if fail is task. If task executed is not equal to executed, task executed equals executed. G object notify by pspec. G object task properties prop executed. We could have an executing, but I don't think we want to bother with that much state control. Maybe. Although looking at this would get rid of properties if we did that. If it had a state, right? Because then that would take care of canceled and executed as well. We're just going to get rid of this for now. We're going to build out the unit test, and then we're going to decide if we're going to change it and give it a state. The thing is, I'm trying to build this so it's not stateful. Because, well, like, I don't want it to be stateful because it gets weird and confusing, and then we have to deal with a bunch of shit. So, like, I've been trying to avoid that, but, like, it just keeps happening anyway. So I'm just like, I don't know. Like, we'll just make it go. So that's what's been happening. Yes, it's been a thing. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Let's just build some unit tests to test all the properties, and then we'll work on how we're gonna handle actually scheduling a task on that. So you give it a G daytime. In theory, you could give it seconds, but if you try to schedule it with the thing that's in the past, it'll give you an error. So you're, yeah. Like I don't want it to. I mean, maybe it's okay, but the thought was, you don't want anything to immediately execute. I mean, it won't immediately anyways, because it has a timeout regardless. But I guess there's no reason why we couldn't just execute a task from the past immediately. But that seems disingenuous isn't the right word, but it seems like that's working around bad code or something, right? Like you should fix your time and your scheduling stuff and go from there. But oh, but yeah, so if anybody wants to read the initial thoughts and everything, this is all right here. I didn't paste it there. It's I've skewed from it a bit, but you know, that's a rough ideas and yeah. All right. So, test command, that's a good way to go. Scheduled task.c. Okay, yep. All right, command. Let's do this way. We got a lot of cleanups to do, but that's okay. What does the new method take? I don't remember, even though I wrote it last night. I bounced, this changed a bit. So, okay, so task type is the first thing. It's gonna be test task. Then we got a title, a task for testing, and persistence is going to be false. So this idea had to come up too. This isn't in the doc. I thought of it after the fact that, oh, hey, we should probably keep track of tasks that need to be rescheduled. Or not rescheduled, but brought back across runs, right? So, like, if you have a message notification, we're not going to go dig. So, whatever, we'll get to that in a second. But, like, if you have a message to respond to, we're not going to dig through your entire history to find it because that's stupid. So, we need a cache for it. So where all this started from, let's see if this will get me there. Yeah. So Beeper, for those of you that don't know, is another multi-protocol open source message. Well, they're not open source, but another multi-protocol client. Most of the work they do is open source. They build a lot of Matrix bridges and everything runs off of Matrix. Full disclosure, I wrote one of their Discord bridges and I started the Slack bridge. I did some work for them for Google Chat and, you know, whatever. But anyway, so the people I worked with are now pretty much gone. So they posted this, whatever, they did this blog post, blah, blah, blah. And they're talking about Beeper Plus, which I'm not sure in all of it, but so they're charging people $10 a month for Beeper Plus and they only allow you up to add 3 accounts from the same device. Like, what? But then they're talking about send later, schedule messages. I was like, that's a good idea. I'm like, we need to get that. That's fine. Reminders. Oh yeah, we should probably do that. Incognito mode, preview chats and messages without sending a read receipt and respond at your own pace. I was like, that's a great fucking idea. I think I already put that in the issue tracker. But then I was starting to work on how I'm going to do reminders and send later and stuff. That's how I ended up with oh, we need the scheduling system. Voice note transcriptions. We're not easily going to have this anytime soon. Because we're not going to add AI or speech recognition shit anywhere. So yeah, custom map icons we can't do. I already looked at doing this. It'd be cool, but yeah. But you get up to 10 total accounts. Yeah, cool. That's stupid. On Pidgin you get infinite. But if you want to get to the infinite on Beeper, you have to pay $50 a month. And I'm just like, oh my god. Somebody did not get the memo that people do not pay for chat. But if you can make it work, so be it. So, Holy Roman Empire says, just wanted to say thanks, by the way. After that basic rundown you gave me that one night, following some online tutorials, YouTube articles, etc. Finally managed to link an external C++ library and build an exe with it. Awesome, awesome. You're not totally sure what you're doing yet, but it feels like I've gone from 100% clueless to like 80% yeah. I mean, that's how it starts, right? It's, you gotta take them baby steps. That's what it is. So, but glad to hear it worked out for you. That's cool. I don't remember. Somebody would have to find the VOD and clip it or something. But maybe Holy Roman Empire remembers. I don't. But it was basically like, here's how linking works. And prefixes and so versions, I think, maybe. I don't remember. Or maybe it was just using package config with your build art. I don't remember. Oh yeah, we're building that unit test. That's what we're doing. I'm like, what are we doing? I forgot already. By the way, tips reading code documentation. Some documentations are annoying to go through. I don't really necessarily have tips. Some docs are just bad, right? And it sucks, and sometimes you're better off reading the code. Sometimes that code's really fucking complicated. So, yeah. Give enough to actually start working to understand. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, like I said, I don't remember what it was, unfortunately. It was on the fly, off the cuff, and yep. All right, we're going to start here because this should be easier this way. That means I can do this. How's it going, Fallen? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? No, we don't need to do that yet. We're just going to grab tags right away because it's the easy one to go with. Okay, right. So that should get us enough to get going here. Ace and test minus V schedule task. Yeah, linking's one of those things where it's like, it's really hard to understand at first, and then you start doing it, and you're like, oh, this is fine. Unless you start talking about linker scripts and stuff like that, then it gets confusing. But even that, it's still not horrible. So on SWK, welcome, welcome. Yay! We're done writing unit test. Ha 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 ha. No, we're not. Okay. So there's a fair amount of people here since even though I just gave the explanation, there was less when I gave it. This weekend, I was looking at how to add a bunch of new features, that were like, hey, we need to do things at specific times. And then I was trying to figure it out, and I was starting to do stuff for like, how to do like message reminders and stuff like that. But what we ended up doing is I ended up realizing that we just need something where we can schedule tasks, just general schedule tasks to emit a signal at a specific time. So thus the purple scheduler and purple scheduled tasks or task schedule. No, we didn't emit. It's just purple scheduler. Okay. And you put purple scheduled task into the scheduler. Linky makes you appreciate pip install. I mean, that's compiled versus interpreted. That's really what it is. But so anyways, the idea here is we're building out scheduling stuff for reasons like reconnecting accounts. Remember, that's an outstanding thing that I have a ticket for that we hadn't really solved yet. How do we decide when we're going to reconnect the account? I don't know. For sending scheduled messages. So like, even if a protocol doesn't support it, you can write a plugin. Somebody can write a plugin that will just add an event when to schedule the message, and then when that thing gets triggered, it'll be told to send the message, and it can build the message, send the message, right? It's fine. Reminding users of messages, right? Right now, this will probably just be a notification, be like, hey, you need to look at this. There's some stuff there to make that work, but that we don't have yet, but it's fine. But, you know, we can also do stuff for changing messages or avatars, checking for new versions. There was other stuff I thought of and I forgot, but there's lots of stuff here. And I say I'm describing this as more powerful buddy pounces without the stalker vibes. So if you don't know what a buddy pounce is, in Pidgin 2, we have these things called buddy pounces. And they're useful. There's some good use cases for it. But the thing is, so everything is about pouncing someone, right? So, you know, you grab one of your accounts, you put in their username, and then when they send a message, sign on, sign off, goes away, returns from idle, becomes idle, is no longer idle, starts typing, pauses while typing, or stops typing, you can open an IM window, pop up a notification, send a message to them, execute a command on your machine, or play a sound. And then you can also set up pounces to be reoccurring, or only when your status is not available. So, like, you can see how somebody could use this to just stalk somebody, right? Because you can just hit all these buttons and then hit execute command and have it echo out a command or something that what happened, right? And that's kind of gross, right? So the schedule task thing, you could effectively rebuild this, but it won't be in the default program, right? Um, so, like, there's recently been some okay uses cases for the buddy pounces, in my opinion. I don't think they're great, but they're okay. Um, and I was like, how are we going to do this? And now, we'll have something similar. But even that, the use case there was like, if you're trying to get a hold of somebody on Facebook Marketplace, or if you're trying to buy something from somebody on Facebook Marketplace, you'd want to ping them right as they sign on, because then they're more likely to see your message or something like that. And it's like, all right, I get it, but that's dumb. But somebody would still have to write the plugin to send the message, because we're not going to do that. We're not tied. The scheduling stuff isn't tied to status at all. It's just its own thing that's based on time. And I think I already worked through all of the tricky stuff. It gets a little weird, but no. So what we do is you give us a time to execute at. If your task is already scheduled, we cancel it. Oh, maybe we should do this first, but whatever. If you give us a time in the past, we then give you an error back. Otherwise, we take the current time and we look at the difference between when we're supposed to execute and the current time. That'll give us back a G time span, which we then convert to seconds using times G span second, and we pass to a G timeout add seconds full. And that calls the task timeout function, which just emits the signal. Right, so the idea is there's an execute signal that'll get emitted at whatever time that you schedule it to get ran at, right? Now, you're probably like, well, this is a lot like just adding your own timeouts. And you're not wrong, but we're keeping a lot more metadata with them. And we're making it so other people don't have to deal with this, right? So like when a signal, or we don't have it right now, we're do it on the other side. Because it doesn't make sense to do it on the instance side, but on the scheduler side, tasks have a task type, which is going to be like a well-known type, right? So like account reconnect will be one of the names of the tasks, right? So the account manager will schedule account reconnect tasks, and then anybody can listen to them, but it's primarily for itself, right? And then, it'll connect to the scheduler with a detail of account reconnect, and then it'll just get those signals, and then it'll grab the account ID and stuff out of the tags. That stuff has to be there because we have to serialize them, and we're going to serialize everything in SQLite. And then so it'll load back up the account and stuff like that, and then call purple account connect and go from there. So it's not super difficult or anything, but it's going to open up a lot of doors of stuff that was stuck that we didn't have a way to fix, which is awesome. No, my conversations account just connected. Something's up with XMPP. I gotta look at it. Ugh. But I'm trying to move a whole bunch of stuff around ops wise, and there's just not enough time in the day. We really need an ops person so that I don't have to do it, but the problem is, who do we trust to run our ops? And the answer is, I got nobody right now. Or at least nobody that's interested. So, excuse me. All right, so we got our basic test in. Sweet, right? All right, what we need to do is, we got to go through all the properties. Cancelable, we're going to set that to true. Then G assert true. Cancelable. That one's easy. I'm gonna move this over. Canceled should be false. Again, canceled might go away. We might just make the state. Cancelable is a construct only property. And canceled is a read only property. Um, and cancelable is whether or not the user can cancel the task, right? So trying to think of some good example, or like account reconnection, right? If you're like, oh, hey, I got the wrong password or something, you can just hit cancel, right? And it's going to stop trying to reconnect the account. Cool, right? There might be an implication there too where we disable the account, but I haven't decided on that yet. But we'll see. Yeah. All right, so then we go canceled. This is going to be false though. We're going to skip that property for now. That one's going to be too hard to try. Execute at will not be set right. Well, we can test it, make sure it's null. So one of the reasons these tests are built this way in particular is we're trying to exercise as much of that API as possible. So like if we look at our actual code, right? So if we're using gobject get gobject set, right, which is going to say, it's going to end up calling purple schedule task get property. That's going to hit execute. That's going to set the value here using purple schedule task get execute at, right? Likewise for the set property, it does the same thing but in reverse. So it's just exercising all that API, making sure there's no bugs in it, stuff like that. So like even if we get a null value because it's not scheduled, all right, fine, right? But we know that the task name is named right and everything else there is wired up. Execute at, not scheduled at. The task hasn't been scheduled, so it doesn't have an execute time. Or yeah. Okay. The ID, that's also read only. Star ID equals null. Actually, no, it's not. It's not. Sorry, I am wrong. ID ABC 1 2 3. Sure. So the ID is mostly for SQL, but it'll be useful in helping us keep track of. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say SQL, serialization in general. But yeah. G stir compare or G assert stir compare. ID OXABC123. I forgot the equals. G clear pointer ID G free. We should be able to. Oh, I didn't mean to do val grind. Huh? Oh, it's compare stir, not stir compare. I was like, what is the problem here? We don't lose any memory, but we failed. What do we fail on? Cancelable should be true. What? What did I default this to? Okay, so it's, well, first of all, I want to do it the other way, but okay, well, that's a problem. Because oh, that's a problem. How's it going, Indie Dev? Welcome. How you doing? Is that the problem? That's got to be the problem. No, it's construct only. It's got to be getting called here. What the fuck? Uh-huh. Cancelable called with... Would you mean what editor am I using? This is Sublime Text 4. But sometimes I use, that's not the right clipboard. But sometimes I use Vim as well. I'm just copy pasting from my bot on Twitch. Ugh. No VS Code. Fuck VS Code. I don't touch anything from Microsoft, and I haven't in 20 plus years. At least not for anything where I explicitly need it. You know, like when I'm testing Windows builds. But even then, I still use Sublime Text. Yes, I am a Linux guy. I'm literally wearing a Debian t-shirt. I have been a desktop Linux user since 2003. So, 22 years of desktop Linux. So, yeah, you could say I'm a Linux guy. Yeah, see, this isn't... Why the shit didn't this get called? Oh, okay, wait. Called for with? Linux nerd, more like it. No, I'm a Linux dweeb, man. Let's talk about the nerd subcultures, too. I'm sorry, I'm a Linux aficionado. Just trying to learn? Yeah, it takes time. Hold on. Oh, come here, mister. No. Come here. You gotta get your medicine. Ugh. 1. Sorry, I'm hitting the mic. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm getting my cat inhaler. I can't show you because I'd have to stop. 6, 7, 8, 9. I gotta get to 15. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There we go. Yep. All right. You want treats now? Yes, I know. I'm sorry. That's a lot of treats. So if you're ever wondering, this is how you give a cat an inhaler. It's called a nebulizer. If you know somebody has breathing problems, they might also have one of these. You stick the inhaler in one end over their mouth. But he has to get a daily dose. And he hadn't gotten his yet today. Yes, my cat has asthma. Use butterflies for coding? Sure. One of them bougie Linux people. Just installed F-Droid, installed Termux. Commands were sucks yesterday. Okay. I mean, you can learn Linux on a phone. Sure, it's gonna be weird, but that's okay. Gotta start somewhere. So this got called... This doesn't make sense. Wait, what? All right, he's done. He ate all his treats. He's done. So if I call this with true, we don't get called because it didn't change? But like we set it to true in the class init method, so I don't understand. Not class init, in the instant init. Yeah. Cancelable true. We default to, okay, what does this actually do now? Did we get called with this? I hacked in another life, and by another life, I mean like 25 years ago. I mean, finding IPs and tracking nmaps, that's not hacking. That's basic network troubleshooting or discovery. That's not hacking. Hacking is like getting your way into those machines. Finding them, one thing. Did I get that reference? No, I don't know the butterfly for coding thing. I don't remember that one. Sent you a KML file? What's a KML file? Yeah, all right, whatever. I mean, like, yes, I did hacking stuff as a teenager, which was 25 plus years ago. But nowadays I do DevOps stuff for a day job, and I have to do all that stuff to find machines, troubleshoot why machines can't connect, and stuff like that. But like, just using Nmap and knowing what IP addresses is not hacking. Case in point. Here's ngrap watching everything between my machine and my local IRC server I'm running. So when I connect to Pidgin, hey, there's all the data going between it, which I use for debugging. But, oh, look, there's a bunch of IP addresses and ports. And the server at 192.168.1.220 port 667 just passed some data to 192.168.1.51 port 44232. And that data was at time, blah, 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 carriage return line feed. So, yeah. We've entered the matrix. No, I mean, we can enter the matrix if you want. I have to install the matrix first. And now we're in the matrix. Woo! Oh, that didn't full screen, right? Okay, whatever. No, I'm not running Hollywood. I would like to still use my machine. Yeah, no worries, Nindy Jeff. What was the byline thing again? I don't remember how that works. Need a capital W byline. Oh, makes print out the carriage returns. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. With IRC it's /r/n, so it's just doing like now it's printing out the new lines, but the carriage returns are still there. So I don't think that did much for me. Because each one of these is still a separate message. This looks like nonsense. This is, it's doing a bunch of color coding stuff. Or whatever, I can just show you what it actually looks like. It's doing this. That's what that is. It's the color code and then the number for the color code. So you can tell what it is. But, yeah. Yeah, but like, it's only doing line feed. It's not doing carriage return. Right? Because these are the carriage returns at the end of each line. Presumably. Right, so, okay, cool. It put a new line. It got a blank line there. Sweet. But, like, alright, carriage returns are still there. Whereas here, this was mostly the same. We gotta figure out why this is taking so long and hanging there. Right? I don't know. This works fine for me. Oh, okay. It did the embedded ones here. But like this is just one big blast of message I don't really care about. But okay, maybe it's more useful there. I can see that. Yeah, yeah, and that's looks like the case here, right? There's a bunch of private messages here, right? So here's one. Right, so there's one of them. And then I don't know why we got another carriage return line. I think that's carriage return line feed. I'm not sure, right? But then we've got our next message. And then our next message, and so on. And by line, broke that up individually. So. Yeah, I know. But, like, there shouldn't be... Oh, you know what? This is probably the reset, the color reset and the font reset or whatever stuff. That's most likely what these two are. And then it's carriage return line feed. So. Well, that's not going to do what I want. Bleep. Sure. Okay, so it's still showing one of them. It looks like it's just doing line feed, but not carriage return, which, whatever. It's fine. Don't care. So, whatever. Okay, back to here. All right, so cancelable. Why is it called with 0? It shouldn't be called with 0. Because 0's false. Unless set cancel? No, there's no set canceled. There's just get canceled. I don't understand why this is getting called with false. Because the default value is true. And I don't think this makes a difference. Yeah, 50 lines in one packet. Yeah. Where is this getting called with false? That shouldn't matter. I should just be able to do GDB. So set property. Yeah, what the fuck, man? Does this just not work? This has got to work. You got to be able to have a Boolean return true. Or default to true. Oh, hold on, let's do this real quick. Instead of warning on this, we're going to use a message so I can see it get called multiple times. So I think it's getting called multiple times, and I think that's part of the problem. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm trolling myself. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, because we made a construct only. So let's put this one to true because we don't care. Okay. It does look fine. I'm just being dumb because I'm trolling myself and forgetting that there's another test that's calling it too. And yeah. Okay. So we set it to false. We make sure that's false when it comes through, and we are good. All right. Oh. I don't know why my neck hurts so bad. All right. Next up, property wise, we don't have that. We did ID persistent. A lot of booleans here. What do we default persistent to? I think we defaulted it to false. Yes. Okay. Or say it's persistent, or that's true. Persistent. G assert true persistent. Cool. Still doing good. We're not leaking anything, right? I spell wrapper. Good. Scheduled should be false. I'm just gonna make sure that works. That's read only, right? Yeah. Yeah, see, this is one of the things where it's like you start with the idea and you try to document everything and think of all the use cases, and then you start implementing it and you realize you have all these problems. Like, we don't need canceled, executed, and scheduled as separate properties. We should just have a state property. Right? And that's, yeah. So, we are going to go fix that here shortly, but let's get the rest of this in. Then we'll do commit for that and go from there. Subtitle. Car star subtitle equals null. Car star title equals null. Subtitle. A task for testing. Title. Test. GSR compare stir. Subtitle equals, what did I say? Task test. Task for testing. Clear pointer. Did I name it test task? No, just test. Oh, it's been a long day. Alright. I guess it's through title. Wait, next. We got tags. Oh, task type. Let's get task type in here. Do, 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 do. Okay, still looking good. We got title, and okay, so that's all the properties. Yay! But now we're gonna go back through and give it a state, even though we're trying to make things stateless, but the tasks themselves still need to have some state. Is the problem. Yep. All right, let's commit this. Okay. Yeah, I guess let's just do the state enum first. Purple scheduled task state. Possible states that a task can be in. Type derf enum purple scheduled task state. Purple scheduled task state. Unscheduled. Scheduled. Canceled. Executed. I think that covers everything. Task is unscheduled. Task has not yet been scheduled. The task has been scheduled, but not yet executed. Task has been canceled. Task has been executed. I'm gonna say purple available enumerator. Make sure the enums are here right away. It should be fine. I think we already did this. So we used to keep a separate variable for enum files, or enum generation, and then we kept messing it up, and I was like, this is dumb. We can just have it check it. Just use the normal header file. And oh no, it's going to take an extra 2 cycles at compile time. Maybe we didn't do that here? Yeah, look at that. Right? So we have this separate list of this, which this is just stupid, because we can just get rid of that. And instead do purple core headers, and that should take care of it. And we just don't ever have to worry about updating that other variable. Because it's just dumb. Like, we're never going to use, like, generated header files or anything like that for enum scanning. So. Although, are we in a loop? Oh, you know what? Maybe I tried to do this and this didn't work because it got stuck here. Yeah, I think it gets into like some weird recursive thing and I didn't want to figure it out. So we'll look at that later. And I'm not sure why it happens, but yep. Now it just, it'll go. Yep. So don't know why. Needs to be looked at. Alright, but then when we go purple schedule task, error, get type. Or no. And then, yeah. Task state, get type. And then if we look at the C file, right, here's all of the stuff it just figured out, did it the right way. Cool. Alright. Yeah. Okay. So, get canceled, going away. Get ID, get persistent, get scheduled. We're going to repurpose this one to get state. It's the current state of the task. Earns the state of the task. Yep. Okay. Get subtitle, get tags, get task type, get title. Yep. Okay, cool. So then back over here. We get rid of canceled. We gotta fix a bunch of other stuff with that, but that's okay. Execute that ID, persistent, scheduled becomes state. State of the task. This becomes spec enum. State. Purple scheduled task state unscheduled. The still is only readable. It gets completely managed internally to the object. Okay, excuse me. Canceled, gone. Scheduled's not a thing, but we still need to have. How's it going? I am really struggling how to say your name. Tsukiyu? Something like that? I don't know how to say that, but I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Please let me know how to say your name better, because I'm sure I just butchered the shit out of it. And I apologize for that. G value set enum. Get states. Yeah, but I mean, I still some way to reference you, right? Okay. Excuse me. We'll be explicit about this. Okay. So there's gonna be a bunch more stuff that's gonna fail to compile here, and that's okay. Yep. 298. Oh, change that. That's one part. Oh, right. It's a type and then the default value, right? Yeah. Oh. It's the type first. Purple type, scheduled, task, state. Now we need to include purple enums. Previous pronunciation is fine. All right, cool. Purple type, scheduled, task, state, undeclared. First use in this function. Did I go too far? I might have gone too far. No, I did not. What is it then? Purple enums.h. Purple type, scheduled, task state. Did I just typo it? I missed the D. That's what she said. Okay. Prompt scheduled 396. Yep. All right. So. Owner if execute at this. Okay. Then we say task dash state equals canceled. So we're not going to bother with making a setter for this because we have to do multiple things at once. Whenever we're doing the stuff, we're changing this kind of stuff. And it's just like, all right, fine, do it that way. 421. 418. Oh, yeah, I know what this is. No, get canceled is gone. No previous prototype. Yep. 520. All right. We haven't scheduled yet, so yeah. See, let's do this a little bit. Put this here. If task state equals scheduled, then cancel the state. Why did I put another cancel in here so that? Oh, right, this can go away now because now the state will just change. Right, yep. So we don't need this. I was trying to avoid an extra signal notification. But yeah, so check if our execute at is valid. Cool. Then we save the execute at time. Save the execute at. If we don't do this way, we're going to get weird bugs, right? Because then the execute time on the task would be one that's not valid. So it's not actually going to work. So before we assign it, we do that, right? Then we got the source ID. then execute at, and then we're also going to change the state. So at this point, we're going to say task state equals scheduled. Cool. And we notify that the execute at was set and state was set. That got much cleaner. Sweet. Get scheduled 444. Oh, right. This is supposed to be purple schedule task state. Get state. Return task state. Alright, yep. Okay, now the test failed because we don't have anything named scheduled, which is fine. Oh, we could have left that open, whatever. So, scheduled goes away, and we add purple schedule task state equals unscheduled task state unscheduled. We're not going to set the state, but the default state. Gassert compare uint state equals. Oh, we didn't change the state. We can't change the state, but that's fine. So we just have to check the default. And I missed a D again. And again on 87. Oh, right, because I completed it. Okay. Wrapper, Valgrind, wrapper. Cool. We lost no memories. But yeah, so then the other part of this, once all this gets here and everything, what's going to happen is we're going to have something use it right away, or maybe we'll do like a delayed notification with the demo protocol plugin or something. And then we can build out a pop-up that'll show you all the scheduled tasks. Right, so those will be like tools, scheduled tasks, and then you'll be able to see them and cancel them from there. So, baby steps. All right. Oh, there's one more thing before we start building unit tests that actually are scheduling tasks and running them, which we are going to do. We're just going to set them for like a second. Although I can probably add milliseconds, and that should be okay to do it. And then that won't increase the test time too much. But before we do that, we need to go to schedule tasks. .h, and we are going to do schedule relative, which will be like this. It's going to be a helper around scheduled, or just the normal schedule, but you're going to give it a G time span, and then it's going to take the local time, add your time span to it, and then call this guy. It's just a helper to make stuff easier for you. So new or schedule relative when a relative time span when to execute. Schedule the task with a relative time. There's a wrapper around method at scheduled task dot schedule that will add ampersand when to the current time for you. Sure. Task has already been scheduled. It will be canceled and rescheduled for the new time. If execute at is in the past, the error will be returned. Oh my god, I'm getting my typos before they go to review. So this is relatively straightforward to write. It's just much easier than having everybody do this themselves all the time. Yeah, I try. So Pidgin in general is a very complicated program because it does a lot of stuff. So explaining how this stuff goes and works and stuff is, you know, it's a thing. G return valid fail is task false. The rest of this should be fine. G date time star now equals null. Oh, the only part that's annoying is that, but that's okay. Oh, we don't really care, right? So then we say now equals G date time new now local. And then we say date time star execute at equals null. Execute at equals now G date time add now when G date time unref now boolean ret equals false, ret equals purple scheduled task schedule task execute at, I'm missing a parameter, huh? Oh, right. Cancelable is okay. Okay. G date time unref execute at return ref. That should be it. But so all the unit tests we're going to use this method, which you can see very clearly calls the other one. So our code coverage is fine. And then we don't have to like try to figure out times and stuff like that. So we can just say relative, and then G time span has a microsecond, it has a millisecond, right? So we can just say, you know, just set the when to 1 millisecond or even 0 will work, and it'll just do the right thing. But like we'll probably set it to 1 instead of 0 because that should avoid. Let's just do a second. That should avoid flappy test or like 500 milliseconds or something. It's something in that regard, anyways. Oh, and the buddy icons thing. So I remember when I was like, hey, we can just use GTK Pixbuff because it doesn't depend on UI code. We can just use it in libpurple. Yeah, they're trying to phase it out. Or at least they're starting to phase it out. So we just need to make it. All right, cool. No problems with the doc test. That's what I wanted to run there. That's good. Okay, so now we have our relatives. Yay. All right, G test add func scheduled task. Schedule normal. So we're gonna do a normal schedule, and then a cancel, and then a double, and yeah, I think it's okay. Alright, so we've got purple scheduled task, star task equals null, task equals purple scheduled task, new, test, I'm already forgetting what's the, or the title, test task, and cancelable is true, I don't really care, yep, G assert, finalize object, task, G assert code not reached. This test we're gonna go through a bunch of iterations to make sure everything is right. We don't want it to pass until we get to this point. Then we know everything else is fine, right? So, schedule task state equals unscheduled. Verify the default state is unscheduled. This is technically done above, but we're above in the property test. We did everything via setting properties manually. Now this is just a normal use case of running it. G assert compare uint state equals unscheduled. Cool. So, oh, we need to add the, okay, we'll get to that. I guess we're gonna do it right now. Static void, yeah, we'll do it that way. Test purple scheduled task, executed, callback, counter, callback, purple scheduled task, G pointer data. Verb assert type task, comma, purple type schedule task. GUint star counter equals data. Star counter equals star counter plus 1. Alright, so we're just gonna use a counter to make sure this was called, and we'll go from there. Okay. GUint counter equals 0. G signal connect task executed. G callback test purple executed counter callback, and we pass in the counter. Okay. This shouldn't have gotten called yet. We're just getting the state. That's fine. We should have to do that. Schedule the task to happen. Task to execute 500 ms milliseconds from now. Oh, we need a G boolean result false. G error star error equals null. Again, we're trying to exercise all we can here, right? Ugh. Then we're going to say result equals purple scheduled task schedule. Task, comma, or schedule relative. Comma, 500 times G time. Span milliseconds. Is it millisecond? Yeah, it's millisecond. Error. G assert no error. Again, I say this all the time, but I'm gonna keep saying it constantly. Whenever you have something that can return an error, always if it returns a boolean but it can raise an error, always check the error first. Because if it fails and you check the boolean first, you get nothing actionable. So then you're gonna spend your time updating your unit test to spit out the error. So just test the error first anyway. Because if I'm like, hey, this is supposed to return an error, and this is like, hey, return an error that the time span is invalid, right? If I just check the result first, I'm going to have no idea. I'm like, why is it false? I've got no idea why that's the case, right? We have to do this slow. This is stupid. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But we're gonna have to do G main context iteration. Force the main loop to run so that the timeout can be processed. This is going to not work at all right now. Oh, it's just GSert not reached, not code not reached. Oh, it's just execute, not executed. Yep. Oh, actually, yeah. So, okay. So if what we're supposed to do here, make sure that the execute signal was emitted. Assert compare uint counter equals 1. Assert make sure the state was updated to executed. State equals get state. Task assert compare uint. State equals. Oh, the task was scheduled. Make sure the state was set to schedule. All right, the problem is this iteration's not going to, this code's not going to take 500 milliseconds to run, so this stuff's all going to fail. All right. Oh, shit. Why did it get called 3 times? Oh, no. Sorry. Yeah. So it didn't get executed. Counter did not get ran. Everything, blah, blah, blah. Right. So what we want to do is I don't think that matters, but right. I mean, oh, fuck. Let's turn May block on. Yeah, that's a problem. That's then gonna want the main loop to exit. This is where the stuff gets weird and shitty. This publicly available? I don't think so. Readable, readable, read write, construct only, lacks validation, static inline, private. Just says internal. we could do it with an environment variable to make it use the other iteration. So since this could be scheduling a whole bunch of stuff, we don't want to use gtimeout add itself because that'll just run from whatever the duration is exactly. So add seconds got added a long time ago. What it'll try to do is it'll try to line things up to a seconds boundary so that multiple things can get scheduled at once. So like when you're on a mobile, or not even necessarily like a phone, but for like laptops and stuff, you won't wake up the CPU as often. So you can save battery life that way. So the crappy option is we can say false. What does this do? G main context iteration. Run single iteration for the returns true if events were dispatched. So, well, this is false. That's not great, but that might do it. Yeah. I guess we're gonna have to do it that shit way, aren't we? So the other option is we can run our own main loop. And rather than the default, whatever, we can grab a main loop to control, and then we can actually we don't even need to do that, right? We can just do g main. I can just pass null or something, that's right? I think I can. This. Nope, you have to pass it in. G main context. I don't see like a get loop or anything. It's a single iteration of the given main loop, but we don't have a main loop. And run starts the loop. Oh, okay. Yeah. When you create a main loop, you give it a context, and you can give it null. The global default main context will be used. Okay. So. G main loop star loop equals null. Create our main loop and add a timeout to avoid runaways. Loop equals G main loop new null false. G timeout add guess we'll do 100 milliseconds. It's 10 times as long. Test, purple scheduled task. Main loop timeout callback. And the data we're going to pass here is the loop. Fuck, I need the ID of this thing. Do I need the... Did we really use the IDs to this before? We must have. GUint source ID 0. What's the right way to actually... Oh, then we do G main loop run loop. G main loop run G clear handle ID source ID G source remove. Fuck, that's not gonna work either. How did we clean this shit up? Maybe we didn't. Yeah, it still gives me the thing. Oh. So the problem is if I don't clear that variable, depending on the runtime of the test, we could end up timing it out. Well, we shouldn't time it out afterwards because the main loop should be killed there. All right. I think I'm overthinking this. Because what we're gonna do is static void blah, G pointer data G main loop star loop equals data G main loop quit. How did we actually do this? Did we add an... There's a bunch of stuff where we did this, and then we worked around it because with async stuff, and then we worked around it because we realized with the async stuff we could just use gmain context iteration. So we got rid of all this loop nonsense crap. But I think we also quit it in the normal handlers. That had to have been it. Main executed quit main loop, or we'll say quit callback. I know this needs to have purple scheduled task, and then G pointer data. Oh, whatever, we can check it again. Who cares? G main loop star loop equals data verb assert type task purple type schedule task G main loop quits loop. Arguably we don't. Yeah, we can just do it this way. That'll work. So here we're going to quit the main loop, but then we're going to do G assert not reached. We're actually going to leave that one in here. Alright, so once we have the loop, we are going to add a G signal connect task execute quit callback. Loop. Okay. Right, then we don't have to worry about the source ID. Because then the source is always getting removed automatically. Code should not be reached. No. We definitely still need the source ID. Because then our handler will kill them. The main loop will end. Then we clear the source ID. And then, okay. How the fuck did we get there? Are we just not getting called? We didn't get called. Okay. This is very possible. My code's bugged, right? So we did add seconds full. G message. Uh-huh. Hmm. I already killed now. Yeah. I knew I should have formatted those better. So yeah, it added 100 milliseconds. But the difference is 10 seconds for some reason. Oh wait, that's the difference between... Well, hold on. Am I just doing the math wrong here? Right, okay, so the add seconds is going to cause that to be close to 1,000. Or to happen at a second boundary. Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Am I doing this right? I thought I'm doing this right, but maybe not. Right, because then we're scheduling this for... Right, we're scheduling that for that many milliseconds, and that's wrong. I'm very confused. So, G date time difference. So let's give you a G time span. The difference expressed in micros. Okay, I want to divide. I want to divide, not multiply. Set counter to 1. Okay. I'm thinking of this in the Go way, and the way that it works in Go, that's wrong. We got it back in microseconds. We need to divide microseconds by seconds to get to the right value. So, yep, just bugged. It's fine. All right, but now the source ID didn't exist anymore because it was supposed to get removed. Shit. You know what? I guess we don't really care. This too. Of course, now we didn't run because we didn't have enough time, apparently. Wait, we didn't set the state, did we? Oh, do we want to have an executing state? It's silly, but we probably should. Yeah, and then in our signal handler, we can verify that the state is set to executing for testing purposes. Okay, yep. And then, task is currently executing. Okay. then in our tests. So in our callback here, okay. All right, so the problem is our source ID is not there anymore. Because we quit the task. All right, so I guess that's fine, and we don't care about the source ID. It's just the way it's going to turn out here. Okay, that's not our code that did that. Oh. Yep. This is fine. This is fine. This is a bug on my side. This is okay. We might need the other side, but we'll see. But when this happens, we need to say task dash source ID equals 0. That's the problem. Okay, yeah, so the timeout's still happening, which is not what we want, right? So we do need source ID here. How are we still... What the fuck? Oh. That's the one we want to hit. So we made it through the entire test. Everything validated, it's fine. I did what it's supposed to do. Sure, 10 seconds is probably... Yeah, that's probably... Or add... Is it seconds once? G timeout, add... Seconds once. We're just gonna do seconds once here. I'm gonna set this to 10. That isn't... No. Yeah, in seconds. Okay. We're gonna make sure this works as intended. Sweet. Oh, except we lost memory. Where did we lose memory? I know where we lost memory. That's where we lost memory. All right. We're going to try this without the source ID again. All right. Like I said, I don't think we need the source ID. And I was trolling myself because I'm good at that. Okay, so then we can get rid of source ID here. All right, there we go. We have now successfully tested a scheduled task. Okay. What are we looking so far? Oh, shit. A bit bigger than I like my pull request to get, and it's going to get a little bit bigger yet, which sucks, but it's okay. But I gotta go pee. I need to get water, so I will be back in a few minutes. Right back. Alright, much better. Oh. We're now returning to your regular scheduled task. Yes. Hopefully that wasn't a while ago. Can I, Does Twitch not have timestamps too? Chat appearance, font size, timestamps for new messages. Boom, there we go. Okay. Much better. Oh, so that was 5 minutes ago. Sorry. Chris, your name blended in with the pretzel stuff. The only reason I noticed it really when I came back was your badge for Bits Leader. Like, that's the one's different. Oh. That would be why. I missed her. No treats yet. You're too early. Too early. Yeah. I'll wait a little bit. At least another half hour to midnight. Or fuck it. I like, Dad, you're such a pushover. Bye. It's funny how you can not be in frame, but totally be blocking the shit out of my monitors. As far as I got up. Okay, okay. Alright, so that's awesome. We have, I was worried about that unit test, but that's okay. So canceling is going to be an easy one to do. Or we'll do scheduled. Let's do canceled first. This one we don't have to worry about the main loop or anything, because I'm going to set this for hours ahead, and the test is going to fail before it happens. It doesn't matter. The test isn't going to fail. We're going to cancel the task. You got treats. You're just sitting there like, pet me. That's what he says. Oh, yeah, now you see him. There you go, go get him. It's funny, I had the bowl like further up this way, but then he would sit this way and his tail would be over my keyboard and I couldn't type. So I'm like, I'll put it on the side, so then he's forced to just go horizontal. Cats. That's, yep. Assert not reached. Again, let's remember we have that there at the end. The problem was that test took so long, it took a while to get there to realize that that was the problem. We're gonna need these two and that. Okay, bye. See you later, Mr. Magoober. All right. We don't even care about the execute task. We just give no fucks. Yeah. Create a new task. I guess we'll do it this way. G-boolean result equals false. Result equals G purple schedule task new relative task 10 times G times span minutes. Right, this is right because we want to schedule this for 10 minutes in the future. Right, that's fine. And error. G assert. No error. Error. G assert true result. We missed a step or two. state equals get state task g assert compare uint state equals unscheduled. Now we schedule state equals get state task compare uint state equals scheduled. All right. Cancel didn't return anything, did it? I don't understand why glib has custom types for primitives. Not sure they're packed. No, they're not. They don't really have custom types for. So they put them in as aliases for some point for some reason. The only thing we ever use anymore is gboolean because there's some implementation detail that was weird with the way standard bool got implemented or something. I don't know the specifics about it. I don't care, but that's why we use gboolean instead of that because glib predates standard bool. So that's why that's there. As for int, uint, whatever, we use guint because it's less typing, right? There's no reason why we can't say unsigned int. This is the same thing, but that's a lot of extra typing that distracts you from just, oh, okay, it's unsigned int, right? Who cares? But gcar star or gcar doesn't matter. We slowly moved all of that away. The same thing with gint. Everything went to int. I don't know what dunder built in is supposed to be, but yeah. So, you know, it is what it is. Are you saying that's the same thing with standard pool? There's something weird with it? Yeah, I don't know. But that's the case. At some point they'll resolve it, right? But for now, it is what it is. Sucks. What are you gonna do? For cancel. Yeah, okay. The task has already been canceled. This does nothing. This should probably check the state a little bit better. I don't think we checked that very well when we moved everything to state. Execute gets set to null when executed. So if it's null, we can't cancel a task that's already been. This is none of this makes sense anymore. Wait, what? We gotta come back to that. Okay, I mean, preference doesn't matter. We have to run everywhere. That's one of the reasons why we use something like glib, is because they figure out that crap so we don't have to. Right? Pidgin gets compiled with GCC, with Minghui, with Clang. I mean, even back in the day, it used to get compiled with the Sun Pro C compiler. We have to run everywhere. I'm sure someone's even compiled it with the Intel C compiler, right? All right, we're gonna rework this to say if the task cancel this task. If the task is not scheduled, this does nothing. So if the task is cancelable, and task dash state equals scheduled. Let me do this way. If task dash state equals scheduled, If not, task cancelable. Return. Why it's jumping so weird? Okay. Let's remove the source ID first. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Sure, that sounds better, looks better, okay. Then we say purple scheduled task, cancel, task, G assert, state equals purple scheduled task at state, task, G assert compare uint state equals, canceling and unscheduled task should do nothing. Canceling a task that is not currently scheduled should do nothing. There we go. That's a little bit clear on what's happening. Schedule the task. Cancel the task. Yeah, reschedule will be different. That's okay. That's a bummer. Huh. Oh, we'll see. All right. Anyways, this should work. Code should not be reached on 223. Sweet. Oh, and we got no leaks now. Nope, we lost 96 bytes. What did we? Oh. Insert finalize object task. Yeah. Okay. Schedule double, and we want to schedule reschedule. Those are different. All right. No. What do we want to call that? After execute or something? I don't know. Reschedule. So this is going to be similar to this one. We don't have to do any of the main loop crap here. Yeah, that's fine. So we're not going to cancel. Schedule the task. Scheduled. We're not going to cancel. Reschedule the task for an hour. G date time second equals now. Oh, we need now too. Because G date time new now local later equals G date time add now 1 times G time span hour. Rename this to later. G date time unref now. Result equals purple schedule task schedule task comma later comma error G assert no error error G assert true results. We should really be testing that here too. After we schedule, we want to make sure. Oh shit! How the hell do we check this? Make sure that we don't currently have and execute that. Sure the execute at property got set. Okay. Back to here. Schedule the task for an hour, so we have later. We called schedule with later. Verify that the execute at property is correct. No, didn't we do a burb function for this? I think we did. All right, so we didn't do an assert, but we have an did we do it? I don't think we did assert. Verb assert. No. But we can do verb or assert true, verb datetime equal. So on the unit test, I like to make sure we use the clear methods so that the values go back to null to make sure we don't accidentally reuse them and stuff. It's a little redundant, but it's okay. It works much better if I don't typo shit. That's fun. 279. that's fine. But why is task still used? Oh. Really? Is that the case? So... Function to call when the timeout is removed or no. Okay. This is okay. It's a little weird, but it's okay. And we're gonna have to handle this in this too. So in cancel. No, this doesn't make sense. We cancel. No, it says when the source is removed. So when we call this, we're refing the task, and we're telling it to remove the thing there. And we just no, we're calling cancel here, so that should have taken care of it. Oh fuck! This has to be a little bit smarter. If the task is executing, we have to error. That's going to be a fun unit test to run. It's not horrible, but it's going to be weird. G set error. Error. Task is running or task is executing. Cannot cancel executing test or a task that is executing. Cancel executing task. No, I do not use LSPs. I hate them. They're a pain in the ass. They don't make sense for C. So the majority of the work I do is in C, and LSPs generally work by looking at like a prefix or something, right, to figure out what you want. Well, in C, we don't have namespaces, so every symbol has your main namespace, your object type, and then your method or whatever, right? Actually, this is the type or the object or whatever, right? So like, if I type, so here, the namespace is purple, the LSP is going to give me every single symbol in purple, which is what I don't want, right? It's a waste of time, a waste of resources. And then I type scheduled to get scheduled task, right? Like if C had more context aware stuff where you could use like a dot operator or something like that, it might make more sense, right? But since it doesn't, just LSPs are completely worthless. Actually, worse than worthless. They waste a ton of time and resources because they're just churning through all the symbols in your entire project to give you bullshit. Instead, what I like to do, Sublime has it set up by default, and Gnome Builder does it too. They will allow you to match and even do fuzzy matching for things you've already typed once. I don't need go-to definitions. I have documentation for that. Or I look at header files. And, yeah. And I just type Control F and then type in what I'm looking for. Yeah, so like here, so like we were doing this before, right? So G return, or actually, hold on, this is a bad place. I want it over here. Right, so I can say G return val fail is task false, right? I don't need an LSP, right? There's no reason for it. All it does is waste resources for me. And that's not to say that it's, you know, not useful for other people. Specifically in C, it's just, it's a waste. If you have value in it, cool. I'm not trying to hate on you, but don't put your identity into a tool, because that's toolish. Don't be toolish. Well, clearly I did not update this when I copied it from Siegel. Given execute, given time is in the past. Cancel was called on a task that is already executing. Okay. You're told that whenever you read an article about how good X is, I just search X is bad or why X sucks. Here's the thing. Everything is subjective. And what that means is everybody has different preferences, everybody has different experience, everybody has different needs. That everybody here being a subject, i.e. subjective. So just because somebody says something is good, that means it works for them. That does not mean it's going to be good for you. So, like, I mean, sure, go ahead and spend the time and search for the stuff, but, or, you know, just read through what they say is good and bad and then kind of go from there. Yeah, I mean, learning different perspectives is fine. But, like, there's so many, like, okay, I'm going to harp on it, and I know SWK is going to chime up because I say it too. Rust people need to sit the fuck down. Full stop. Well, Rust is memory safe, and it's the best language, therefore, if you don't write it, you're a bad person. Yeah, get out of here. I have 30 plus years experience writing C. I have 0 years experience writing Rust. Which one do you think I'm going to do better? Right? It's just, it's stupid and it's silly. Yeah, find the one that sucks least for your application, or be like me, but don't be like me, and write something that sucks less. No, that's not even funny, Bustronic, because they are literally trying to do that. Like, it's not a joke. Like, even the next version of Ubuntu is supposed to be moving to core utils rewritten in Rust. And it's just like, but why? Right? Like, okay, oh, because it's memory safe. Okay. But, like, no one that's getting hacked by LS is, like, that's not a high priority. It's just, it's dumb. Yeah, just like an Arch Linux user, they will tell you. Okay, if the task is executing, that's fine. If it's scheduled, then we cancel the task. We should... Where's... if the task's already been scheduled, it will be canceled and rescheduled for the new time. With execute as in the past, an error will be returned. The thing is, there's so many developers out there, and I was one of these in the past too. That just like you get arrogant and like because like you can do things now, and like you seem to think like anything you can do can like change the world, and it's just like it doesn't matter, right? There's multiple ways to do things, and even though you think you're doing the best, that doesn't necessarily like you don't have all the information. You can't possibly have all the information all the time. So like being boastful about tools and stuff is just silly and dumb, right? Like even the whole Rust thing, right? Rust is technically memory safe, right? But guess what? There's all sorts of crazy like side channel shit out there, like Rowhammer and all this other stuff. I don't know. Pretty sure Rust isn't safe to Rowhammer. Right? So it's like, well, that's memory safety, and Rust can't do it. So I guess Rust isn't memory safe, right? I'm being facetious, of course. I mean, the thing about Rowhammer is you can't stop it because it's a hardware side channel bug. So, like, now that doesn't mean you shouldn't write Rust to be more safe, sure, but like, it's not a silver bullet. It doesn't stop everything. No, we don't use a code formatter. We do it by hand. Unfortunately, is Rust Tempest safe? I'm gonna guess not, but I bet you if you ask some Rust aficionados, they'd probably say yes, and that's because they don't know what Tempest is, and they don't realize that Rust can't be safe against it. But yeah, so we tried using code formatters. The problem is none of them fit our style or make sense to us, or they have too many freaking options. Clang format kind of mostly sort of works, but it's weird and gross. We actually just removed our Clang format configs from one of our projects. It was the first one we were trying it on, and we removed it just because it was a pain in the ass. It didn't work right. And then we were looking at Uncrustify, but Uncrustify boasts about having 1,000+ config settings. Nobody is going through 1,000 config settings to make their code look right. What I might do at some point, I've been threatening this for a while and I don't really want to do it. But I might use LLVM to build our own code formatter, right? Because that would be easier than trying to get all the settings and stuff right. It would just be, I could codify it with the AST and then rebuild it according to our rules. And that would do it. Right? Like, who needs a generalized tool? This is just our code formatter. Here you go. But like, our stuff isn't even that hard. And that's the shitty part. It's just like, ugh. Don't just use indent? No. Yeah, see, we use Flake, not Flake. What's the Python one is called Black, I think? Tree Sitter? No, haven't heard of it. Okay, so what the fuck is the ref of this thing here? Oh! Okay, so we did find a bug and fix it, but I just realized what the problem is. Cancel the task to clear the references. To clear the timeout and the reference it holds. That's the problem. That's why we didn't see it on the other one. Yay! 282. I'm getting all freaking worried about this. Like I said, we did find another bug, but yep, it was just yeah. There's formatted. I heard if you cat dev null over it, it'll compact it and no, it'll bit pack it, and it'll format it that way. Oh, so SWK, you might get a kick out of this. So we have a bunch of machines. I might have been talking to you about this, about iNote usage. I don't remember. But so I had to go through and I had to clean up our 8,000 plus machines today. And some of them were like, what did it say? Structure needs repacking or something. No, not again. I'm trying to finish everything up, and I found the culprit. The culprit was really dumb too. But I found what was causing it and all that. The problem is some of these machines have just been running for years, so they just fill up the disk. But so I cleared the disk, which fixed the immediate problem of no inodes, but I had to stop what was filling the disk. And I figured that out today, which was really dumb, but I'll explain that in a second. So as I was running the salt command to delete all the files, some of them came up and said structure needs repackaging or something. Structure needs repacking. No, oh no, it needs cleaning. So, error in extended for file system usually indicates that the file system is corrupted and may require repair. So we have like 10 machines out of 8,000 that have file system errors, and they're headless on SD cards deployed in the field. So I messaged support, was like, how do you guys want to proceed here? You've never seen that error? Me neither. Me neither. But I ran find on it, and boom, that was the error that find came back with, was structure needs cleaning. Cannot remove file, structure needs cleaning. Structure needs cleaning. So it's totally a real error, but I was just like, oh, what the hell? I'm like, what is this error that I have never ever seen before? And I'm glad you haven't seen it either. But yeah. The things you run into in the field. Alright. So we got normal, we got canceled, we got rescheduled. What do we want to do? We want to say schedule past. You tend to turn off most login and SD card based file. Yeah, so that's part of the problem too. But yeah, okay, so the problem here, we'll snooze this one more time. The problem here was import time. Somebody did time.stir p time or percent y percent m percent d, right? Something like this, right? So the problem was they didn't. This is what ultimately they ended up doing, right? They called time.stir p time or whatever, datetime.stir p time with an empty string as the text, and that's because they didn't check to see if they had an empty string or not. So what happened was this stack trace, or so the Python script that was calling this and doing this, output this to standard out. This is being ran by cron every 15 minutes. Every 15 minutes, cron would get this error and try to email it to root. For some reason, it was doing root at previous host name. XM, this is XM4. So XM4 would be like, oh, this is to an external domain. I can't deliver this. So then it would drop another file into the damn thing. So you would have the original response plus the rejected header, plus it would be in the message log. So every 15 minutes, we were adding 3 files to the machine. And somehow we got to 300,000 files over time. And that's what exhausted our inodes. But yeah, so all I did, well, so like the worst part is, the worst part of all of this is, it was something like this, right? So it was like import time, right? And then, you know, there was the foo equals time.stir p time, you know, percent y, percent m, percent d, whatever, right? But the problem was, it was if name equals main. It was set up like this. So like up here, this is doing like foo equal, or whatever. date equals, you know, whatever. There's something doing this, right? There's some block here, and then this was date here. And like, because this is a name equals main, I couldn't be like, if date equals empty string, return. That doesn't work. I'm not in a function. So I instead had to indent everything this way to make it work. And it's just like, dude, you're killing me. I suppose I could have done that from cron too, but yeah, it's just I'm like, how the hell did you only test the one specific path? So what this is supposed to do is we have the setup on these machines where you can have it run ngrok, and then there's a cron job that checks if ngrok has been running for an hour, and then oh, could assist.exit 0. Yeah, that's fair. I probably should have done that. But yeah, so this thing asks systemd if ngrok is running, and then it checks the time. And the problem is when ngrok's not running, this date becomes an empty string, right? So ask systemd how long ngrok has been running, right? And like sometimes this just returns empty string because it's not there, right? Instead of returning none, which I think this would still fail with none, right? But like they only tested it to like kill it when the task was there, which is the uncommon case. And I'm just like, dude, you're killing me. How's it going? It's Austin. Welcome. Doing all right. How about yourself? If date equals no, dude, I am responsible for these machines. I'm not fork bombing them. Come on. I mean, job security and whatever, but no. We're gonna name this again. Well, we'll leave it as reschedule. QLogic, did you ever go over the schedule stuff at all? A bunch of it has changed during this implementation, but I'm getting close to the PR. Not there yet, but we're getting there. Well, this is going to be much easier. We don't have to cancel that. We don't have to do that. We don't need that. We don't even need this. So we're going to schedule relative for a negative 10 minutes. Schedule the task for 10 minutes ago. G assert error. Error. Purple scheduled error. And then the code. I'm looking real forward to getting this done because this is going to solve the problem with the account reconnection, which I did not have a solution for, right? So the account, like this is going to do all the work for the account manager is just going to schedule a task, and when the task gets executed, it's going to say reconnect, right? So we had this whole issue on this, right? I think we did. Reconnect. Implement auto reconnect, right? I got this whole big ass thing fucking all right. So what do we say here? We say in Purple 2 we had a difference between temporary and fatal connection errors. This doesn't really make sense anymore, and I could argue that it never did. Fatal errors are typically stuff like invalid password, banned, etc. However, those are more external errors that the user might not have anything to do with and could be resolved without any action from them. 4 more days until surgery. Oh boy. What are you having done? Parsable mail, whatever. Does that work? That would just cause it to fail. The big question is XM even necessary? But again, it's 8,000 machines, and I don't really have a test environment. Your left wrist? Carpal tunnel or something? Hopefully that goes well. A few examples include identity services could be down when the user tried to log in, the user could be temporarily banned, or the user internet connection went down. I mention all of this because fatal connection errors in Purple 2 stopped reconnection attempts by disabling the account. This is obviously a bit of a pain for users as they then have to re-enable their accounts. This is exacerbated by an issue with the notifications in Pidgin 2 that sometimes don't get updated and will give you the user the option to reconnect, which isn't possible because the account is disabled. This one gets me all the time. It drives me fucking nuts. I think we can make this much easier for users with less impact on service providers by retrying forever, but with a less aggressive and more evenly distributed backoff. We already changed the type of purple account error from purple account connection error to glib error. Purple connection error still exists, but will likely be removed as part of this. Having this as a glib error gives protocols more control over what the error as over their errors, as it doesn't require an update to an enum in libpurple, which is good for everyone. Also, there's nothing stopping a protocol from disabling an account during an error, which will remove all of the need for this enum. Haha, see, good thing. Oh, you broke it when you slipped at work. Oh, that sucks. That's no good. You're all in a cast and everything, probably. That's no good. I somehow have never broken a bone. I probably should have, but on concrete, oof. So the next step would be start implementing the reconnect logic into Purple Account Manager. That will retry indefinitely. The current thought is to use a Fibonacci-based backoff, maxing out around 6 hours. We'll keep a counter as an index into the Fibonacci values, which we treat as minutes between attempts. This means we try the following minute intervals, blah, 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 blah. Retrying this in this matter helps us reconnect quickly for transient issues and is more evenly distributed compared to exponential backoff. That would happen at the random or at the following minute intervals 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, blah, 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 blah. To track this, we need to add 2 new properties to Purple Account. We're not going to do that. I'll explain that in a second. These are recount counter and reconnect time. We don't give a shit about reconnect time anymore because we're just going to schedule it according to that index. And this doesn't need to be a property on the account because we will use a tag on the account of reconnect attempt or something, and it'll be fine. It'll be done. Yeah. The mail to fix for cron, unless you just so I did see the mail to fix, but I don't understand why it's even an issue. I think Exum is the problem. But I didn't see anything in the configs for it. But yeah, I did come across mail to, and I would just do mail to root. But I think Exum might have still tried to routed it to a host name rather than localhost. Unless I set it to root at localhost, then maybe it's okay. But either way, it doesn't matter. I fixed the initial problem right now, which is the important part, right? So all the machines are going to update through the night, and just when they do the normal checking in updates, and then we'll go from there. But we still have machines that are offline, and some that are probably offline because of this, because their file system's completely exhausted. But out of the machines that were online, we had 10 that were still messed up. So, yeah. But yeah, so anyways, we don't have to add any new properties or anything, but both of these properties will be serialized with the account, so they won't attempt to connect during a restart of the program and instead be retried after the backoff has expired. I don't know that that makes sense. Like, it kind of made sense, but like, we don't know how long the programs have been closed, so why would we serialize that, right? When a connection error is encountered, the reconnect time will be calculated based off of the reconnect counter. Then reconnect counter will be incremented, and a timeout will be added to run at reconnect time. Oh, sounds like our scheduling system. When the timeout expires, purple connection connect will be called. If the account fails to connect, these steps will be repeated indefinitely at the max interval. However, a protocol may choose to inspect the reconnect counter property, decide to disable the account to stop connection attempts, blah, blah, blah. If the account successfully connects or is disabled, the reconnect counter and reconnect time properties will be reset to their defaults, and any timeouts will be removed. We'll also have a reset backoff that will reset these values, be called when internet connectivity is restored. We'll get all this here. It's fine. No more cron emails. Yeah, well, like, we still want the emails. The problem is nobody was monitoring them. I mean, we're still not monitoring them, but like, I'd rather have emails, fill up the entire file system with errors that were happening, so I can go fix them later. And like, you could argue that, well, just delete them and then they will reappear, and you're not wrong, but I would rather not have to wait because I don't know how long it's going to take them to come back, right? So it's, let them fill up, then go look at them, read them, and then decide what to do from there. So right now, having Purple Account Manager responsible for calling Purple Account Connect would mean that the properties have to be writable globally. This would make it easier for a plugin or something to get things out of sync. Bad that the account can manage everything itself, but then it's trying to reconnect itself, which feels weird, especially as account manager connects. Having a Purple account reconnect or something, but that seems way too over-engineered. Right now, I'm leaning towards moving initial connections to Purple account, but need to do some more digging. So what is the issue with Scheduling task 18105. That's going to open. Oh, no, it didn't open. Okay. With Pidgin 18805, this gets much easier. Instead of properties, we can use a tag on the account for the retry attempt. We would make these non-persistent tasks, so the accounts will attempt to connect again at startup, as we don't know how long we've been offline. And we could have switched networks or something that would allow us to connect immediately. Yeah, okay. So, like, this whole thing gets way easier, as you can tell, because it's just like, oh, yep, that's, yeah. Surprised they don't have something like Greylog or Spline. This all predates me, man. All of this predates me. And these things are set up in the most peculiar way. So these things are generally natted behind another device we have on sites. And due to some miscommunication with production, many of them are not set up properly, or the NATs aren't set up properly. So they can't necessarily get out in all cases. And as they've been finding them, we've been fixing them. But that went on for like a year before anybody realized it was broken. But so in many of these cases, they can't hit the internet anyways. But then a lot of the sites too, because we don't control the sites, a lot of them require us to tell them exactly what we need access to, and then they open that up in the firewall, stuff like that. And we don't want to open Greylog and stuff like that to everything. We could do that over our VPN connection, but it's, yeah, like I said, this all predates me. So like I'm doing my best to keep it running. But like trying to improve it and make it run better is a whole nother fucking story. But yeah, even if we were just using our syslog to pump it out somewhere, that would probably, so like these particular machines are Raspberry Pi compute modules, CM3 lights to be specific, and they're running off an SD card. And the logs, as we were talking earlier, but for everyone else, so you know, the logs end up exhausting the writes on the SD card. So somebody in the hardware side ended up putting all this work into like reducing the amount of writes we do to the SD card, somewhere to the extent where on some of these things they mount a tempfs on var log of 4, count it, a whole 4 megabytes. Do you know how quickly you fill up 4 megabytes with logs? Like, yeah, I understand these things only have a gig of RAM, but 4 megabytes of text is not a lot of text. About 2.4 seconds. Yeah, it's possible. So we use Salt for config management. And like the only thing that goes to the log in most cases is Salt. And it's just like, why don't you just turn off the Salt logs? So like, generally speaking, if I have to go in and fix these things, one of the first things I have to do is delete the old Salt logs, the Salt minion logs, and then I can run Salt. And like I said, there's 8,000 of these. And it's like, dude. Luckily with Salt though, it's cool, right? So the way I deleted all the old email stuff on all of them, so from the Salt master, I do sudo salt prefix -* command.run. The prefix is just the device name, or whatever, say device name, device type name, right? -*. So they're all 4 digits after this. Command.run find /var spool xm4 /input -type f-delete. Boom. Runs on all 8,000 machines. And then I would do the same thing to do message log. And boom, all of a sudden, file systems free and available everywhere. I mean, not all of a sudden. It takes time to run them. But Like, I don't have to log into all 8,000 machines. But, yeah. Anyways, how's it going, Ivanhoe? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hope you are doing well this morning for you, not evening. Sorry, I kind of doxed you there. My bad. I mean, good evening to you, kind sir. But yeah, so that was a fun thing to deal with and figure out at work. But yeah, all right, where the fuck was I? We were trying to do the task in the past. The task in the pasties. Yeah, doing well. Awesome, awesome. All right, so we're gonna schedule this task for 10 minutes ago, right? So relative -10. This is not supposed to work. That's IST. Oh, Internet Standard Time. Yeah, good morning is. Well, I thought it was UGT, Universal Greeting Time, but Internet Standard Time is always morning, right? Internet Standard Time. Or am I mixing things up? So there's Universal Greeting Time, right? UGT is a conventionally used internet relay chat where participants greet newcomers with good morning and bid farewell with good night, regardless of the actual time. To just, yeah. Like, this is a real thing. Bleeder, Pete Lawler on from Pidgin and stuff, he popularized this a long time ago because he is in Australia. He's very open about that. It's fine. So like, he's like, just UGT. Okay, cool. Was Indian Standard Time? Is that Kathmandu time? So like, we did this a while ago, but I like using Kathmandu for anything involving time for unit test because it's such a weird time zone. It's like 45 minutes off. IST is okay. Kathmandu time zone. Yeah, so the UTC plus 545. It's both. Probably why Internet Standard Time is hard to find now. Okay, it could be. What did Catman do? You don't want to know. And I can't tell you on Twitch. And did I say Catmandu? I thought I said Kathmandu, but I don't know. Whatever. Pronunciation's hard. All of India is... Oh, right. This is Nepal. My bad. My bad. Yeah, watched by the ceiling cat. But yes, anyways, the reconnect stuff gets real easy once this is done, which is great. So looking at this, like, our past couple months of Pidgin 3 development have been, no fault. Shit happens, right? But like, already we have the conversation management stuff finally landing, so that's cool. But then we're gonna get the scheduling system with probably auto reconnect. I am trying real hard to get completions working, but they are failing in all sorts of crazy ways. And I don't understand it because I don't know how the code's supposed to work. But yeah, so it's been it's fun. But so the July has been much more I don't want to say productive, but there's a lot more coming out. I missed it. Yeah, get them treats. See, this is part of the problem. This right here. His keyboard. And then he gets frustrated. I keep hitting his tail, and it's like, get your tail out of my way, man. Oh, I redefined this. I didn't change this to say schedule past. But yeah, I'm looking real forward to getting this done, because like I said, this will fix a bunch of shit, which will be awesome. Or not even necessarily fixed, but it opens up the door to a lot of stuff. Result should be true. Did I not fix that? Yeah, I did not fix that. Result false. G assert finalize. Oh. I totally cannot see the screen. I have no idea what I just typed. Alright, good. I didn't make a typo when I couldn't see. Aye. What you want? Aye. Oh. Well, you guys can barely see him. Well, you couldn't see him at all. That was the bed. Your Santa cat looks a bit like Slater here. Why don't you lay down, get cozy? I saw pause. There, that's better. Hi. What are you all crapping? The cat? Hi. There are currently 7 cats upstairs. 6 of them are only 5 weeks old. But, yes. The KMLs of the actual physical pathing for new fibering you're building up? What's a KML? I thought you mentioned that earlier, and I still don't know what the hell it is. Aside from kernel mailing list. Woo. Alright, so this looks okay. Do we memory leak? And make sure we pass. Valgrind wrapper. Oh, we memory leak. What are we leaking? Oh, I didn't clear the air. KML is a file type for geographical data. You can overlay in various things. Oh, cool, cool. Gotcha. All right, cool. So now we verified that you cannot schedule a task in the past. Cancel executing is going to be a fun one to write. We're going to skip that right now. Oh, let's name this next test reuse. Like, originally I was trying to make it so we can't reuse tests. But, like, I don't really care. It's not a big deal to me if you can reuse a task or not. They're small memory-wise. So, like, just don't, but whatever. Who cares? So we're going to copy regular. Oh, spoiler request is going to be huge. In this case, it's showing me that 2 legs of your double ring overlap several miles. Hope we don't get backhoe fade in that. Yeah, good luck. You're going to get some gardener digging in their yard. How deep do they bury fiber anyways? Like, I feel like I should know this, but I don't. 2 legs of your double ring overlap several miles. Yeah, okay. Oh shit, we have to do the whole main loop nonsense for this. I don't know. I was just thinking of like a rough idea. I don't want to do the reuse test. Oh, and both these tests suck. They need the main loop in both of them. Ah, fine, whatever. Who cares? Fuck it. Let's just go. All right. I don't know if it's the standard thing, but I've seen photos of somebody cutting a fiber bundle that was maybe 2 feet underground. Okay, yeah, that's roughly what I'm looking for, right? Flying about 4 to 8 feet deep. Directional drilling is like 8 to 20. Oh, okay, interesting. That must be AT&T fiber. I mean, to be fair, my fiber is suspended in the air coming from the utility pole. So I don't so much have to worry about the backhoes. I mean, maybe the backhoes could get high enough to hit it, but not the same way. Oh, there's this later. You're not getting any, man. You got some an hour ago. It's been 1 hour. Yeah. It's not gonna happen. Sorry. He's got his tail right in the center of my keyboard. Nope. Sorry. No, when the local crew is buried across your yard for your drop, you're lucky it's under the surface of the grass. Yeah. Might have been what it was, to be honest. Yeah, like AT&T, like years ago, when my parents had AT&T, one of their neighbors, like on the other side of the block, um, like directly behind them. That's what I'm trying to say. Uh, like had something done or whatever, something was wrong with their phone line, but they had like a life alert thing, so they got priority. So my parents got disconnected, something got rerouted or something, and like AT&T let like the cable sit there for like months, and then it was just strewn over another neighbor's yard and shit. And it was just like, somebody gonna fix this? Like, what the fuck, man? Um, got your tail. Oh, 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 yep, yep. That doesn't put treats in the bowl. You guys can't see him. He's just sitting there, begging for treats. I can't even see his bowl. What? You're not gonna get him. You gotta wait. Too soon, man. Too soon. So the problem with reusing this, trying to do a reuse test, is, can I restart a main loop? Until it's called for the thread's main loop, it will process instrument, must simply wait. I think we have to test this. You have AT&T fiber something home before moved. We were adding some sidewalks and cut the sod out for the concrete to sit on dirt. We got the fiber. Didn't even dig down more than 2-3 inches. Oh God, that's horrible. All right, CDP, PLC. Make sure. Do I have a main loop one? What do I have in main loop? By restart.c. Static void. Timeout. Timeout, add once, 0, comma, timeout, comma, loop. G message, quitting. G message, restarting. I didn't do a Mason. Fine. GCC minus O restart. That's whatever. That's fine. Restart. Restart.c. Package config. C flags. Libs. Glib. 2. Huh. That seems to be kind of... Oh, we didn't do this. Yeah, no, we only got the second quitting. We didn't get the first one. Oh, you idiot. message starting. Oh, the timeout got removed. Okay, so that totally works. That's fine. That's news to me. Did not know that that would work. But that's why I have a proof of concept directory. So I can test this shit in much easier ways. Funny thing is, any assistance fiber must be buried at least 24 inches below finished grade. No. A lot of stuff takes guidelines and suggestions. Yes. They did not read RFC 1218. Is that what it is? RFC should, must. Or is it like 828? Is it 2119? I thought it was earlier than that. Okay, 2119. Updated by 8174. This got updated? What are you laughing at? That I didn't know the number? Ambiguity of uppercase versus lowercase in 2119. No one reads 2119? Yeah, I can't say that I've actually read it myself. Like, I don't know. It seems to make sense. Like, do I really need to read it? What's 1149? Oh, yep. The Pidgin one. No. Now, I know 1459, 2802. I'm starting to learn 6821, right? Let's sip. No. What is the sip one? It's something 21. Is it just 6021? Nope. Common Yang data types? Have I played with SRIOV? No. I was working recently with VirtIO and NetKit driver added RDMA for Kates. I mean, SRIOV has been doing this decades back faster. Yeah, like, I don't get that low level. I don't need to. 6214. I'm 1149 for IPv6. Come on, IPv6 is a myth. We all know it's never actually going to become active and working. I know it works, but like when residential ISPs can keep it running, then I will consider it working. Like, I had to disable IPv6 because AT&T was not keeping it running, or other weird shit like DHCP wasn't working right with it. So like I just couldn't connect anywhere until I did a full-blown re-DHCP, and then stuff would work. And it's just like, you guys have had 25 plus years to make this work. What the fuck? Like, come on. Actually provide it? Yeah, that's fair too. 2549, that's QoS to 1149. Oh boy. IPv6 plus big TCP is a good choice though. Yeah, I mean, choice, sure, but it, like, people don't get to decide if they can use that, right? That's what we're saying, is ISPs can't keep it running or even offer it. So it might as well not exist. That is the point. Get our main loop and add timeout to avoid runaways. We don't want to unref this here. Main loop unref. I'll schedule the task again. Or reset the main loop. G signal connect task executes. G callback executed quit callback. Yeah, we already have the counter. Counter equals 0. I feel sad why BGP is never patched. Next big insecure protocol after DNS. Yeah. Well, one day. One day. We'll pass in the loop. Then, I'll reset. I'll just say reset everything. Counter equals 0. That equals that. What's the biggest IPv6 joke? Alright, we should still be connected to this, but... Oh no, that's there. We have to add this guy. Right. Somebody on YouTube just called me a fake programmer. Okay. Bye. I just censored Aaron, Alec. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of IPv6. This. Blessings upon you and your entire country, yes. Yeah, all the fake programmers doing C and GTK. I was this close to dabbing into Twitch drama, and I'm just like, nope. Nope. Don't. Nope. Yeah, it's a insane amount. That's why you have a country now. King SWK or Prime Minister. Let's go with Prime Minister. All right. Schedule task to execute 10 milliseconds from now. Assert no error. Blah blah blah. Run the loop. G main loop. Run loop. Then we need to verify stuff. Okay. G assert not reached. Oh, I didn't mean to run under Valgrind. Whoops. Oh, we failed anyways. What do we fail with? Code. Oh, code should not be reached. Yeah, 394. This is probably fine. Personal space. This is boobs. Boobies. Can you request that? There's a bunch of Twitch drama going on right now about a certain programming streamer who recently, 6 months ago, also had drama about them. And yeah. Oh, that's within your /32. Okay, nice. But I was going to say something that they say all the time. Be like, maybe I'd be a real programmer if I did blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, nope. Just stay out of it. Stay out of it. Fuck, where am I losing 32 bytes? Where my bytes be? Oh, are we not clearing that? Okay, that's fine. So this gets weird because we're not, yeah, this is the problem. Yeah, so we leaked that. Okay, that's fine. No, this should have done the Right. Okay. Okay. G clear pointer ampersand task execute at comma G date time unwrap. Okay, that was a leak. Okay, good. Maybe you'd be a real programmer if I just did Docker and Node.js all day. Nah, man, Zig. No, I don't want to hate on Zig. Although Zig is one of the other ones that everyone's talking about nowadays. It transpiles to C, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm just going to write C. How can I be a real programmer? I'm not using any LSPs or AI. I'm clearly not a real programmer. A real programmer when you're, yeah. You know, I think I told the story on stream before, but it's fucking hilarious nowadays. So, way back in the early 2000s, I worked at a movie theater. And I was an usher, and I eventually became a team lead, and I was working in box office and concessions and ushers and even projections. I worked everywhere in there because, of course, I wear all the fucking hats. Anyways, there was one of the security guys was an IT guy, and he did the security stuff as, you know, a second job, make money, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But his day job was he was tech or IT for something. He used to fucking post all the time about how he would recompile printer drivers for Windows and blah, 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 and all this other nonsense, right? And this is like 2001, 2002. And he's like, so like at one point, like his girlfriend was at the theater or something, and we were all outside smoking cigarettes. I used to smoke. I don't smoke anymore. And like he introduced me to her. He's like, yeah, he's one of those Linux guys. Linux is a nice tool, but if you want to get any real work done, you have to run Windows. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, you fucking moron? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, yeah, I would love to see his face now and be like, nice toy, huh? How much of your data center is running Windows? Right? Just like, shut the fuck up, man. Like this like arrogant boasting bullshit. Just what is the purpose of it? Like, is your dick that small that you have to bring yourself, that you feel so bad about it, you have to do anything you can to make yourself feel bigger? It's just, oh my God. It's so fucking ridiculous, man. Like, I just don't understand. When check what, like, all the way, yeah, that's the point, Holy Roman Empire, is while Windows may still have the desktop, debatable, right? They're doing a great job at pissing everybody off for that. The entire rest of the world is primarily Linux. Now, to be fair, there is a lot of Mac OS out there too, mostly iPhones. But when you combine all the data centers and all the Android phones and all the Chromebooks and all the Steam Decks, yeah, that's a really big number for a fun toy. Top 500 supercomputers. When's the last time there was a Windows machine on the top 500? June 2025. Oh, they don't mention operating systems here anymore, do they? HPE Cray? Oh, Cray OS. Cray again? Jesus. I thought they used to mention the operating system here, but I'm right. So RHEL. Yeah, and I thought this, whatever. Okay, maybe they changed the list around. Oh, there's only the top 10 anyways. Look at this fucking number. Dude, when I used to give a shit about this list, the max cores was like 10,000. Now it's 11 fucking million. Jesus fucking Christ. What was it, 97? Microsoft bought Hotmail and it was running Linux and they tried to convert it to Windows and it fell over because it could handle the load? Yeah. This one has Azure on it? Or whatever. Yeah, okay, well, whatever. But Azure's all mostly Linux anyways. Windows ran on a supercomputer, probably would still have slow file I/O. Yeah, I'm sure. 29.5 megawatts? Oh, I didn't even notice that. Yeah. Just like, I'm not trying to boast about Linux or anything. It's just, if you're going to make a stupid comment, just look, do a little bit of research first, please. Yeah, they're all insane. If Cutler got his OS finally with the NT design. Is Dave Cutler the garage guy, or am I thinking of somebody else? There's that Dave guy that used to work at Microsoft that has Dave's Garage or whatever on YouTube. You're working on the supercomputer that requires 1.21 gigawatts. What the hell is a gigawatt? Oh, it came from Deck. Oh, okay, yeah. So he's the guy that wrote VMS and then wrote wrote Windows NT. You've all seen this joke, right? So, VMS, or so, X for, no, ORD X plus 1, or ORD X plus 1 car for X in VMS. You've all seen this joke, right? If you take VMS and you add 1 to each ASCII character in it, you get WNT. Huh. Not sure if Easter egg or very convenient. But yeah, so he went from working on VMS to write Windows NT. Oh, what is the IBM one? HA, you get HAL? That's pretty funny. I don't think I've seen that before. Oh, I did. I thought there was another one too. I thought there was another one with like the IBM one, but I can't think of what the hell it was. Sun would be TVO. Unless it's RQM. That doesn't make any sense. It's now the vibe coders world and we're living. Yeah, okay. I feel sorry for you living in the vibe coder world. I'm going to stay here in the real world. And not have to look at some AI nonsense garbage that's wasting everybody's time, money, and power. I should say electricity. But yeah. Like, I'm confused by this whole, like, no, it's not Stack Overflow. Who was it? But somebody who's, like, AI bot, like, deleted the production database. And it was just like, what? Yeah, Replit. That's what it was. Replit. But then there was also this one. Also, if you guys don't know Lobsters, it's like Hacker News, but with none of the pretentiousness. Highly recommend. Go on, Lobsters. Why are you not loading? Yeah, that's the one. Also, I just learned that they have lobsters.dev. Why aren't you loading? What the fuck? Okay, they're putting blue food coloring everywhere. This is a good read. I highly recommend it. And if you haven't figured it out, pay attention to the bottom, to the last line. But this is a great way to try. Yeah, just fucking AI and everything for no goddamn reason. AI. All right, where the fuck are we? Okay, so we're through the rescheduled task. That works. Did I just zoom? I don't know how I zoomed, but okay. I forgot what show it was where the guy was like, the AI deleted the entire repository, and it turned out he told it to eliminate the bugs in the code base, and it determined the easiest way to do was to eliminate the code. I mean, LLMs and modern AIs and agentic or agentic, however you say it, AIs, they don't do that. They delete shit because they suck. And they're not thinking. No matter how many times they try to tell you that they're hallucinating, they're just buggy pieces of mess that are random number generators, that are based off of random number generators. And because of that, you never know what they're going to do. So you always have to watch everything they do. Never done web dev work, embedded systems, but what the fuck? Why would you allow any unchecked, unverified tooling that kind of access to your production data? Yeah, well, no, I don't know that they necessarily meant it to directly, right? But like, yeah, well, it would have to write results to a database somehow so that people could remember them or something, right? So it probably had database credentials because of that. And then because, you know, it just randomly statistically picks stuff, you could just tell it to little Bobby drop tables. And boop, whoops, sorry. Faith in a large language model to do the work. Yeah, like these things don't think. They're based on probability. It looks like they're thinking, but they're just not at all. It's not even relatively close. You stupidly type what the AI tells you. It doesn't need direct access. Yeah, there's that part too. How's it going, Dukramic? Welcome. How you doing? All right, so we got one more test to do here. We did the reuse, we did the pass, we did rescheduled. What was it? Oh, we have to do the cancel running. Ooh, this one's gonna suck. Scheduled task. Cancel running. It's not gonna be super bad. It's just gonna be annoying. Onus on the person to have a test database? Yeah. It sounds about right. No, I don't do C++. I like to actually enjoy writing my code, so I don't write C++. You think I'm a weak man? Okay. Well, I'm going to do to you the same thing I just did to somebody in YouTube that also said I was a fake programmer. So, bye. Like, why are people such little pieces of shit, man? I don't get it. Oh, guess who's not a real man? No, you can't talk here. Therefore, you don't exist. Therefore, you're not real. Like, I don't get it, man. Like, were you abused as a child? What the fuck? Like, why do you think you're... even if it's a joke, it's a stupid joke. I just don't understand it. Absolutely dumb. Yeah, some people just like stirring shit up because they've got nothing else going on. So now they have more nothing else going on. Right? And to be fair, I did just time him out. So he'll be back in 10 minutes. Maybe. Maybe not. The YouTube one, they can't do anything on my channel anymore. It's effectively a ban. But, like, they don't know that they're banned. That's the YouTube one. But yeah, it's a good time. I gotta pee anyways. So, and I want water. So I'll be back in a minute, then we'll do the hydrate. We're back. All right. Sorry, I'm hungry too. Had to get a snack. Beefsteak. I said beefsteak. Beef stick. It's not a real beefsteak. It's only a real beefsteak if it's Slim Jim. All right, for the hydrate. Oh, it's too cold. A little less than half. Thought Hannibal Smith was here? I love it when a plan comes together. Right? That's Hannibal Smith from the A-Team. I don't know his last name. But I'm guessing that's what it is. I will say, I have been tempted to smoke cigars. Because I'm like, I don't know, 5+ years no smoking now or something. Every now and then I'm like, I can maybe smoke a cigar. And she's like, nah, just don't even do it. Okay, so my reference is right. I love it when a pull request gets merged. Yeah, I don't know that I ever knew his last name. I took a guess. I'm like, all right. There's a good chance here. That's what it is. Perpetually reram? It's probably airing somewhere here. Actually, will IMDb tell me better? I don't know. No, probably not. Try the A-Team. Oh, there it is. Where to watch? Next 14 days, there's none. Oh, well, let's set this to, sure, one of the ghetto area codes so you all don't know where I am. And we'll just do over the air. 53206 is a well-known area code because it's a very bad one. No, I don't. What? Just... Okay, yeah. No areas for the next 14 days. Oh, this is the. Oh shit, you're right. 18. Well, it started in 83. No, so I don't know. I don't know if I need to go through channel listings, but apparently not. So, oh. I haven't watched that show in a long time. But I watched it as a kid all the fucking time. That and Knight Rider. Knight Rider. Yeah. All right. Execute the task. We want to... Where did we execute? Execute. We don't care about the counter. Execute. Cancel. Callback. And we're just going to put this at the top. It's okay. It's a little weird, but it's fine. Static void. Test purple. Actually, you know what? We don't have to do a separate test with this. We can check the air here. Sometime you still watch A-Team, not Knight Rider, though. Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with them or anything. It's fine. I haven't watched any of them in a long time. It's not something I'm like, remember that time when they beat up that gang, that biker gang, and like, because that's pretty much all the A-Team episodes. And they turned the van into a tank, and no shade, but it's just like it's very formulaic and repetitive, and you're just like, dude, I think I'm good. All right, we don't care about the state. We don't care about any of that. We are, we don't even need data. G GNU C unused. G error star error equals null. Oh yeah, so at this point, that's it. Okay. The Star Trek, the original series. Watch that before school all the time. Nice. Yeah, like when I was a kid, we didn't watch Star Trek in my family or anything. When Deep Space Nine started, I was, when did that start? But anyways, I had the idea that I was gonna watch every episode and see all of it because that was something you did in the 90s. Because like, or okay, 93. So I was 11. I was like, I'm gonna watch all of these, and I'm not gonna miss any of them. I'm gonna know the whole story, right? Because like in the '90s, that's what you did, and or, like you couldn't watch everything unless you got it on like VHS or something. And they didn't do TV series on VHS, like not like they do with DVDs with everything. Babylon 5, I'm mixed on. I like it's not like I don't hate it, but I'm also not like ooh Babylon 5. It's like okay Babylon 5. But so like I never even finished DS9. So I don't know. Like I have nothing against Star Trek in any way, shape, or form. It's just it's never been something I got into, right? And like Star Wars, I never got like into Star Wars, but I know all the Star Wars because I've seen Star Wars, right? It's just well, I mean nowadays there's more Star Wars than Star Trek, I think. But like I don't know, just never really got into Star Trek, and just. No reason why, just didn't really. Like, I enjoyed DS9 when I watched it, but, yeah, that's about it. Oh, there's no result here. We didn't put an error on cancel, so how the what the hell am I thinking we're doing? Well, he said cancel executing task. But cancel doesn't have a way to report an error. So what the fuck did we do for this? It's reschedule. Cannot reschedule a task. Task that is currently executing. A task that is executing, that is currently executing. And expect that to ruffle fat. You're being an ass. I do not tolerate people being shitty asshats here. Like, there's a thing in the rules that says if you try to roast me and you're wrong, I reserve all rights to flame the shit out of you and whatever. Like, you want to be dumb? Go be dumb somewhere else, not here. What do you mean? What am I talking about? Games or movies? Force me with you, Mr. Worf? Yes. The TV in the kitchen is a dumb TV without any way to watch any streaming services. That's where I watch stuff like nothing. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Chromecast, man. How's it going, Robotic Head? Welcome, welcome. Those of you that don't know Robotic Head, he's another streamer here on Twitch. He works on a project management tool called Near Beach, which is written in Python. If that's your jam, go give him a follow, or just give him a follow anyways. You suspect anyone doing real dev work, C++. Guess what? All dev work is real dev work. Sit down. Fuck. When I mentioned Star Wars, I've seen all the Star Wars shows and movies and everything. I haven't read the books or the comics or anything. But I've even watched the fucking anime. And I'm not an anime person. But the Star Wars animes are pretty good. Star Wars Visions. I think this is it. Yeah, this looks right. If you guys haven't seen this, I recommend. And you like Star Wars, give it a watch. It's pretty good. You're supposed to start out with pointing out my typos. Yes. That's a meme because so many times. Typo on line 53. First time chatter. Test is currently executing, cannot be canceled. Let's just do this way. I hate doing this, but it's fine. At least then it's on one line. But then, like, this one looks weird, and it's just going to be one word. Just like, oh, for fuck's sake. Disney ruined Star Wars? No, I think... People think... I think Yelpers, quote-unquote, ruined Star Wars. And I'm, of course, referring to Yelpers in the South Park sense. I don't think... Hold on. I don't think I can show the video on Twitch. Okay, I don't think they're showing it. Imagine still talking shit like developers are better than anybody else. I'm just done. Bye. See you later. I'm pretty sure Ray... Yeah. Yep. Star Wars fans have turned into Yelpers, and they have ruined the series. All right. We are back over here. We're fixing the name because that name didn't make sense. Because I was like, how are you supposed to do this? So now we're gonna say result equals purple schedule task schedule relative task comma sure, we'll do another 10 minutes times G time span minutes and then error. Every time, but I surely want to play with OpenBMC and programmable firmware. Yeah, that stuff looks fun, but I don't know. I never got time for that shit. Adam Driver did pretty good for what script he had to work with. Emo Kylo Ren. Oh, and if anyone's questioning the ban on Otito, anybody who is going to talk shit about therapy in general just needs to fuck right off. Right? Therapy's great for lots of people. More people should do it. Number two, the whole didn't expect to ruffle feathers. Imagine somebody blah, blah, blah. It's all fucking poser, not poser. It's all posturing bullshit. And just fuck those people. They're not welcome here. Right? Just get out of here. You see, Risk V is slowly going to be the next ARM. Maybe. We'll see. I mean, ARM's been around like 50 years. So... Because remember, ARM was Acorn before it was ARM. That all the actors in Star Wars did okay. Seemed more like the story was... Yeah, like, the thing is, like, everybody, like, is expecting these things to all be just amazing. And, like, it's like the whole thing of like, the book was better. It's like, yeah, no shit, because your imagination is not the same as somebody else. You're going to prefer your imagination, right? Like, duh. Like, this is not that difficult. But like, I don't know. A story's a story, right? Some stories are better than others, right? Did I lose anything by watching Rise of Skywalker? No. Was it a great story? I don't know. It was a story. It kept me entertained enough that I watched the whole thing. What do I care, right? Is my life worse because I watched it? No. You're trying to watch Coldplay videos? Watch out. Your mistress might get shown on the, you and your mistress might get shown on the kiss cam. Just so much stupid shit out there. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And like people trying to ruffle feathers and then trying to ruffle them after you gave them the benefit of the the benefit of the doubt by doing a timeout. Instead, you should have just done the ban in the first place and tell them to fuck right off. The funniest part of what? I need that enum, which is over here somewhere. Nope. Oh, I need that one too. But wait, what did I name this thing? Okay, so I guess that works. Executing task. Feel CEO was drug dosed by that old lady, old HR lady. Oh God! Ever talking about how the CEO's wife about to get paid? No one's talking about the HR woman's husband. Yeah, I mean it's because people, you know, they deify CEOs for some fucking reason. Like I've never met a CEO I respected. Yeah. Yeah. There's never been a CEO I've met and talked to personally that I was like, this person's amazing. They deserve this title and all this money and to define the destiny of this company. No, they've all been pieces of shit. Talk about ruffling feathers. You had a pigeon walk into your house. Oh no. Get spooked to fly to your kitchen window. You accidentally pull a few feathers out trying to get outside. Oh no. Yikes. Feel really the most funny CEO, Mr. Pat Genslinger, when Intel was sinking, was burning cash, he was praying on Twitter. I mean, that, my thing there would be is most religions, I'm assuming it's some sort of Christianity because they're praying. Well, I mean, other religions pray too, but like your faith is supposed to be something that's personal. And especially, at least in the Catholic world, I think the greater Christianity world, you're not supposed to showboat it and stuff, right? It's supposed to be your thing. You're supposed to be modest about it. But obviously there are plenty of people in Christianity that have a problem with that. But that's not, that would be a red flag for me. You're taking a photo of that pigeon and put a mock bug report on Discord. Shit, you could have put it in U-Track. That would have been hilarious. Somehow he got in my house. Ah! Was flying around manically trying to get away from socks. The pigeon survived. Good. But like, I don't know. Every CEO I've dealt with personally, just, yeah. Pigeon not sending message, keeps running into windows. Yes. Faith in artwork should be personal, and CEO should focus on delivering a leading company, not over optimistic. Yeah, exactly. Right. You pray to Jabu daily. Don't mess with Jabu's rum. You know that was filmed here, right? And was it Jabu? Was that his name? I don't remember the guy's name. Serrano? Now let's just go to quotes. I'm sure it's in quotes. Just a bit outside. But yeah, that was all filmed here. Okay, yeah, I just didn't think, okay, that is how it's spelled. All right, I didn't know, right? Bats, they are sick. I cannot hit curveball. Straight ball, I hit very much. Curveball, bats are afraid. I asked Jobu to come. Take fear from bats. I offer him cigar, rum. He will come. Yeah. But yeah, Major League, all of the video and all of the shots in the stadium, that is the former county stadium from Milwaukee, which got replaced by Miller Park, which is now American Family Field. But yeah, a friend of the family is in one of the scenes too, because they filmed a whole bunch of it around here. The same thing with Mr. 3000. That was filmed at Miller Park. How many other movies have had their baseball stadium in multiple movies? I mean, not the same stadium, but I wonder. There's got to be a small list. Except for like Angels in the Outfield or whatever the hell that movie was. Oh, wrong line. No. What? Where? I lost my spot. G clear error. G assert false. Results. All right. G assert code reached. All right, so one of the reasons why we always put that in there, and you all are probably like, why do you put that in there? Oh, first I have to fix G GNU C. Oh, it's G assert reached, not code reached. I don't know why I've gotten this wrong 8 times today. Oh, maybe it's because I'm not a real programmer. Oh, yeah. See, so why do I put that in? Well, the test should have failed, and it didn't, right? Because it didn't pass, because we didn't call our damn function, because I didn't tell it to. Where's the... Okay. G signal connect task execute. G callback block. This is no, we don't care. Add another signal handler to verify that you can't reschedule an executing task. Actually, you know what? Let's have some more fun. People want to be stupid fucking chodes. Not a real programmer. Add tag. I have to remove a tag. Nope, dang it. Come on. What are you doing, Twitch? Why are you being dumb? Oh, I think it's Firefox being dumb, maybe. Now I'm using cheats on... Oh, shit, I can't read. Let's take it. Oh, my God. I don't know what really Brad Pitt did last movie, which I was like was Fury Post. Never seen. Which movie are you talking about with Brad Pitt? If that's making you feel like you're not a real programmer, it's fine. Programming's hard. Don't worry about it. We know you're using cheats on a different screen. Yep. 20 plus years of C and I can't keep this crap straight in your head. Yep. It happens. Probably running cursor. Good evolving language though, but nothing beats C in a kernel land. Yeah. C is great for a lot of things. It just, people will get stupid with it. All right. What tag do we get rid of? Let's get rid of software development. That tag is gone. And new tag, not a real programmer. There you go. Done. Not a real programmer. It's true. Can I do this on YouTube too? I might be able to. C++ 23 is real make language more vast. I still don't understand why the fuck they have a garbage collector. Like, not even gonna lie. Like, what? C++ with a garbage collector? But why? Why would you? And the auto pointers in C as well are just like, dude, for fuck's sake, come on. They can do async and C, but you have to deal with this, the preprocessor? Or not have to deal with the C++. Okay, yeah. What is... That's the song that's playing. Now playing. Kunzite by Hosini. That's... And if you click the link, it takes you to the song. Oh, you probably can't hear the song. The song is purposely quiet so that people don't necessarily... or can't necessarily hear it. Actually, can I turn off those notifications now that I mention it? Because it is super quiet and nobody ever asks what the fuck is playing. And since I am paying them now, I might be able to turn it off. Track attribute, share track, notify track, blah, blah, blah. Oh, if I click this, what's playing? Announce what's playing in chat. Boom. Okay, so we'll see what happens. It might stop now. Thought it was a game? No. Like here, it's the music, right? So you can probably barely hear it, but right now we are currently at 11%. Sorry, I probably should put that up to 100. Here's 50%. Like, I can hear it because it's coming out of my speakers. But I keep it quiet so that people don't, so that my voice overpowers it on the stream. Maybe I'm not a real streamer. I'm the new age of VTuber tech built on AI. All right, cool. So we made it all the way here, 138. Look, boomer. Hey, I'm not a boomer. I'm a Xenial, damn it. Need another tag? I'm not even streaming right now. Yes. All right. So I think we're done. I'm pretty sure we've covered everything here. So we've only done the scheduled task. We haven't done any of the scheduler stuff, and the scheduler stuff I'll change. But so, scheduled task, pretty simple data container. So, like I said, a lot of this change. It looks something like the following. It will implement GIO initable. I canned that idea because we need to validate execute at property. We changed that, right? It's only at scheduled time. That's when we validate it. Currently, tasks are stateless. That changed, meaning we don't keep track of whether or not they're successful. We don't keep track of whether or not they're successful. We keep track of whether or not they ran. So that's slightly different. You can also add an additional constructor for relative times. We did that. And then the scheduler, what do we say here? The scheduler will follow our normal manager pattern, which implements GIO list model and has methods for adding and removing tasks. We'll be backed by a SQLite database using Seagull to access it. We'll have one additional signal, execute task, or maybe it should be like task executed, or whatever, I don't know. Which will be emitted to execute a given task. Then we'll have two parameters, a detail, which will be the well-known type of the task, and the task itself. That's the task type, the well-known type. When a purple scheduled task is added to the scheduler will add a timeout to execute the task when using the blah, blah, blah. It's going to change to be when it schedules it. When the timeout fires, the scheduler will emit the execute task signal on itself. This is going to be different. It's going to connect to the execute task and then republish it. So a lot of this has changed when implementing. A full write-up should be added to the documentation when both pieces are in place. All right. Create purple dot scheduled task. This is the first piece of creating a task scheduling API for things like account reconnecting, scheduled messages, reminders, automatic avatar, and status changes, and so on. Oh, we didn't run the turtles yet. Oh, yep, we should do that real quick too. I think we were behind on that. All the boomers saying they aren't boomers, but look, you could... But look, you using that boomer C when you could be using real language like Rust. Touche. Alright, so turtles worked fine. Excuse me, sorry, I didn't get to mute. Post bugs closed. Pidgin 18105. Oh, how big did this diff get? There's a lot here. I probably could have skipped some stuff, but it's okay. Funniest part about that statement, Boomer C. Is Boomer C an offshoot of Holy C, spec-wise, or what? You're old AF Gen Xer? Yeah, I know. Oh, I suppose everyone else doesn't know. Oh, fuck, 1371. This is a bit bigger than I try to get. I try to keep my polar cost around 500 lines, 1,000 tops. So we're a bit over that, but this is a big feature. It's going to get used a lot. It's okay. Holy see, you haven't thought about that in forever? Yeah. This is done. Ran the unit test under Valgrind and called in the turtles. Oh, I already forgot the one thing I was going to do. We don't actually have any strings in here, but that's okay. But we should still put it in here. Purple scheduled. Oh. Uh, 4072. We are really coding in C. If you aren't using Portland C with far lapse extender. What the fuck is far lapse extender? Is that a memory extender? Like, I didn't need that when I was doing Borland. But to be fair, I really only used Turbo C++ Lite. And was it C or C++ 4.5.2? 4.5.2 or whatever it was. And then 5.0.2. And then I moved to C++ Builder for everything. I think I still have my C++ Builder 5 book somewhere. It's memory extender let you access greater than 64. Okay, yeah. That was, yeah, I did a lot with DOS 5 and DOS 6 and 6.2 too. But everything, I never had like just a DOS only machine. So everything was at least Windows 3.1. So sorry, I'm not that old. But I'm not real, so it doesn't matter. It's been so long you don't remember? Yeah. So the color scheme here was based off of the old Borland stuff. We used to, the background used to be a brighter blue. But it got to be too much on my eyes. So I made it much darker. All right, and we're gonna go write a tool that is going to be annoying, but yeah. All right, I'm gonna try to go through this. The problem is I've been writing this for 2 days straight. Well, not 2 days straight, but you know, many hours over 2 days, probably 8 hours total. So I am gotten blind to a lot of it. Oh, let's check the docs. Let's make sure that's good. File, home, grim, p, pigeon, build, lib, purple, reference, lib, purple, index.html. Build, lib, purple, reference, lib, purple. What the hell? Homegrown P. Did I run fucking clean? Or am I not running the docs? Like, This is switch DOS programs to protected mode, yeah. Oh, yeah. Used to write mods for a major BBS back in the day. It was all Borland C with far lapse. So what's the deal with soft tabs and Vim? At work, we have this weird style where you have a tab width of 8, but an indentation level of 4. So your first indent level is a soft tab of 4, next a level tab, next level a tab, and a soft tab, and so on. Don't get what the advantage of this should be. That sounds like the GNU coding style, which is fucking gross. So braces are almond-like, where they're on a line by themselves, but they're half indent in. It's absolutely atrocious. It's an utter waste of time, but that's the GNU coding style. So like, our GTK for better or worse adopted it. They've people were like, do you have a code style guide for this? And they're like, no, we do it all by hand. But yeah, so like, yep. Oh, and they also do a space between function name and the parameters, which is, yep. Your hot shit back then, if you had a 386 DX40 with 4 megs of RAM. Yeah, my first machine that I had to like use on my own was a 386 SX 23 megahertz laptop with 8 megs of RAM. Just use hard tabs and set the shit to 4 if you really want indents 4. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, so yeah, just oh, and then align your variable, your parameter names. Just no, stop. This is all busy work. Like, this does not make the code easier to read. It makes it harder to write. And this is more confusing too, because case is at the same level as the brace. And it's just like, what? And again, this isn't anything against the GTK people. Their code base is primarily GNU style, like that's their primary thing, right? Like our code base was primarily a bunch of other stuff. It's now mostly our style, whatever you want to call it. But it's a thing, right? But yeah, I hate this too, right? So I didn't realize that you do the 2-space indent for your body, which could include a single line body. That's even worse. How's it going, Steve-O? Thank you for the 20 months. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. How you doing? But yeah, it's yeah. The GNU style is something unique. I think that's a nice way to put it. Broken one-line ifs like that are an abomination. Yeah, we our style now. Yeah, see, like, I knew there was something wrong. Our style now is all bodies must have braces. Cases don't technically have a body, right? Because they're labels, so they don't need it. But anything else, there's no single line ifs, no single line fors, no single line whiles, no single line functions. You like the no space between the if and paren as, yeah, that's preferred, right? Like what's the space there for, right? Like, like what is the space trying to do? To emphasize the if? I mean, it's 2 letters. It doesn't need a whole lot more. Yeah, I'm doing all right, Steve-O. We are working on a big feature that I didn't realize we needed until Friday. So there's that. But yeah, like that's not easier to read to me. That's just dumb, right? Like if you don't have syntax highlighting, sure, maybe it's easier to read, right? And like this is just I don't know. The space makes sense because this looks crowded, right? But like, oh, your control flow looks like functions. Yeah, who cares? I don't care if it's if one foo that still needs braces. Yeah, exactly. You'll see that all over our code right here, right? There's been too many cases where this is a problem. Here's the thing that's really going to blow all your minds. So you guys might see me do weird stuff occasionally, but watch this. I'm going to set my tab stop to 7. Right? That's a weird number, right? But just watch what happens to the code. Did you notice what happened to the code? Let me do something crazier, like tab width 1. Do you notice something with the code? What happened to the code there? Can anybody tell me what happened? Let's go to 3. I mean, maybe it's less readable. I mean, the tab space size, that's a subjective thing. The thing I'm trying to show you is, you see this alignment here? It doesn't matter what tab width I have it set to, that's still lined up right. That's still lined up right. And this is because the tabs versus spaces argument is absolutely stupid, because the answer is that tabs are indentation. Spaces are for alignment. So if you look at my white space, tab, space, 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 space. So 2 tabs here, 2 tabs here. No matter what your tab width is at, this thing stays aligned. And the editor does all the work for you after you do the first one, right? It puts it right there. Tab, dot, 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 space, 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 space. So these idiots arguing about tabs versus spaces don't know that people with vision problems tend to go tab space 8 and crank up the font size 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And look, all this code is readable, because if you make these tabs to try to align it, it goes way the hell over there. Yeah. This is 160 width and you don't have to worry about that too much? Yeah, sure. First time you've heard a coherent argument for mixed tabs or spaces? Yeah, the answer to whether or not you should use tabs versus spaces is, what the hell is the file you're editing already do? That's the answer, right? Objectively, tabs for indent, spaces for alignment is a very strong argument, especially when you have vision impaired developers, or you're trying to be inclusive of vision impaired people, right? That's a very strong argument. But at the end of the day, do what you got to do, right? It's the only, yeah, and it's very possible, right? Like, most people aren't ever going to give a shit. And most people, it's always either 4 or 8, unless you're Google, then it's 2 spaces. But like, it's just stay consistent, right? That's the real answer, is just stay consistent. I find this very easy to read and not a whole lot to worry about implementing, which is why I keep doing it. If you're using just spaces, you're evil. You're not even a real developer. You're an evil imaginary developer. Tried to argue that tabs are indentation space for alignment with coworkers. No luck so far. The argument against it was that it doesn't work if people don't adhere to it. That happens with any indentation strategy. Well, you could set up Git to change it on the fly. Yeah, and that's dumb too. Like, again, you and your team have to figure out the way to do it and go from there, right? And if you're doing a pull request to open source, or if you're in a project at work or something, just stay consistent to what the hell the file's doing, right? There's no reason to have a holy war for this, because it's stupid, right? Just do what's in the code that you're editing, go from there. Using mixed spaces tabs for indent, you're a psycho. Yay, I'm psycho! No one will be surprised that I'm a psycho. So, whatever. I do what I want. Oh, that's stupid. This is why we have doc tests. Because I missed an @ sign. Tap certain indent spaces front. Wait, what? No, you don't use big space. Oh, okay, gotcha. You're okay. You're saying like space tab. Yeah, that is psycho. Because them spaces ain't doing shit. I didn't publish this yet. Oh, well, I was trying to do this. Yeah, that's right. I was like, why doesn't my stuff exist? I don't know. Excuse me, I just burped into the mic. Sorry about that. All right, so air domains, we should have scheduled task air. Good, good, good. Yep, okay, that looks all good. Gravy, gravy, gravy. I can't do search because this is static HTML with no JavaScripters. Classes. Imagine calling somebody not a real developer when they've written the vast majority of this. Just, it's so fucking stupid. He's saying you're a psycho. Tab on one line, then 8 space. Oh, okay. So you're saying that way. I mean, I sometimes end up doing that because my editor makes stupid decisions sometimes, but yeah. Or discover, I don't know. Did you tell AI to update my code? Yep. I was like, hey, Claude, can you fix this for me? And he's like, sure, I deleted it. And I ran it through lolcat instead. There we go. Emacs people are idiots, but no, you Vim people are idiots. Thanks. Use whatever editor lets you get work done. That's full stop. Like, oh, there's an ad going right now. Oh, wait a minute. Just it's the elitism is just it's mind-numbingly stupid. Like I don't get it, man. I do not get it. Or 072. Sometimes deleting stuff is the only possible action. This is true. On what note? Put a face between some pillows. Yep, have a good one. What time is it? Fuck, it's 2. All right, I need to finish up here too. I was gonna try to do one more thing, but it's gonna be a bit of a minefield. But let's get this published. We're gonna look at it. We're not gonna write it, but we're gonna look at it. But yeah, I'm gonna be pretty blind to most of this, which is gonna be difficult. But I think I've got everything covered that I wanted to. I thought I just read that as a typo. Am I developing dyslexia? I hope not. But I thought it was OBJCET for a second, but okay. But yeah. All right. I'm pretty confident this is mostly right. Well, you write 1,300 lines in 8 hours and you get blind to it. So the thing I was just thinking of, we can do it this way. So under this Mason info directory here, there's a whole bunch of introspection data. So what I am thinking is in intro targets, does this have the list of files? Target sources. No. So we always end up in this problem where we forget to update the pot files. So we regenerate the pot file as part of Ninja Turtles to make sure that if we deleted any files, it'll fail and we can catch it there. So I just randomly got the idea that I should be able to get a list of all files by target. And if the target is set to be installed, we could then grab that list of files, or we can load this JSON file, use this to find targets that are installed. And then generate a list of files, sort them, and then update the pot files. And then that way it's the same everywhere and we're just done. So you use make, you had a run target to run the executable with some arguments. Do you do that with Mason? No, so most of the time I just do it directly. So Mason has this thing called dev environments or dev envs, right? So I can just do Mason dev env Pidgin 3, and there's a whole lot happening in the dev end to make this work. So traditionally with Pidgin, because we have so many plugins and assets for images and icons and sounds and translations and stuff like that, with Pidgin 2 and earlier, you used to have to install everything so it was on the right path so everything would work. In Mason, like I said, we have these things called devems, right? So what we do is we create a devenv, just a regular Mason environment, and then we can set environment variables in that devenv, and then right, so we also load an option from here for what the XDG config directory is going to be, and if you have that option set, then we set it to that. And then we set some other variables according to the build route, so you don't modify your normal system XDG config directories, right? So one of the problems we have is, like, I have a instance of Pidgin 3 I run as my normal Pidgin instance, but when I'm running the dev instances, those will conflict unless we make everything else run elsewhere, right? And that we want them to be separate. So when you run it, everything goes into your build directory, just like if it was in your home directory, right? So you've got config home, cache home, data home, state home, runtime, blah, 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 right? But then we tell Mason about the dev environment here, and that's what makes the dev command work. But now, so one of the other things that really makes this work is if we do plugin / transparency / mason.build, is in all the plugins, our plugin loader has a way to look at environment variables and add them, add the values of them to a path like variable, right? So what we do is devenv.append will append an item to, or will append a value to a list item environment variable. So Pidgin plugin path just ends up getting everything from the, gets the current build directory added on for each plugin. So what ends up happening is when we run all of those, I can just show you here directly. This will make more sense. So when we run this directly, right, we're under help about, we've got this build information thing, which has a whole bunch of runtime information too. But so runtime directory, oh no, where's it? Plugin search paths. You'll see homegrown p Pidgin build libpurple plugins idle plugins k wallet blah blah blah. All of this just gets set up so you can run everything directly out of the dev environment. So like we don't tend to need to use a lot more arguments aside from this, because that just does what we need, right? And by default, the dev environment will put any that will put the, so if you have any targets in your Mason project that are executables that get installed, they will automatically, well, whatever, I'll show you. So echo $path, right? There's my path. Mason devenv, echo $path. Wow, look at that, right? So all of these additional directories that were added onto this now have a target in the Mason project that has an executable target in the Mason project that is going to get installed. So now you can just run them from the build directory because they're on your path, right? And I think it sets LD library path. Yeah. See, and it also sets LD library path for you. So like, we just don't have to care about any of this. Mason and the dev environments just make it all work. So yeah, like Mason does lots of magic for you. So it's just like, we don't have to run or make custom commands for it and stuff, because we just don't need to. But yeah, so this is one of the many reasons why it's like Mason, go Mason, 100% go Mason. Intro targets. Oh. So let's do this. Can I JQ this? Oh no, that's not gonna give me enough. Oh, I'm not that great with JQ to do this, but so let's just search for installed true. Okay, so type is custom. So this is, let's go to something easier. There's too much in Pidgin. G plugin has a lot too, but this should be easier. So install true. This is G plugin enums. This looks like G plugin itself, the library. Yeah. Okay, so if the type is... Okay, yeah, so if the type is a shared library or an executable, or, you know, if type has library in the name or executable, and is going to be installed, then we could go through the target sources to get sources. I don't see headers in there, which is fine. And then we could use these to then generate the pot files. And that would be amazing. We probably just run it as a custom target, but yeah. You're using a make knockoff and it's driving you nuts? Yeah. I highly recommend Mason for everybody. Like, anything new I do is in Mason. Unless it's stupidly simple, but even then, a tiny Mason project is 2 lines. 2 lines of Mason config. 1 to define the project, 1 to define an executable. And then if you need dependencies, 1 line per dependency. So it's just, yeah. Use makefiles first to learn how C compilation and linking works, but now I'm learning Mason to use for emulator project, which is to work on most platforms. Nice, yeah. Like, Mason's super duper nice. So, yeah, type custom. Okay, so this looks like it could be a thing. We should put this in perb. There's nothing. Let's just make sure. I don't think there's anything for this right now. I don't know why there would be. Merge file, its tool join, xget text. Yeah. Yeah, would we want to put that as part of the build? Maybe. Some custom internal only variant. Oh no. So. All right, but oh, I was going to do this. /r/4072 has been created to add purple.scheduled task. So yeah, it's probably not going to happen, but it's possible that we could get account reconnection done by the end of the month. There's 9 days, right? So if we get this merged and I get the scheduler built and merged quickly, then we just have to do the account reconnection stuff, and that can be done relatively quickly. We'd still have to build the UI for the... Oh, wait, we don't have to build the UI for the scheduler yet, although it'd be nice. But that's going to be relatively straightforward because the scheduler is going to implement glist model, and then it's just going to be a list of them, and it's fine. It might be nice to be able to sort the tasks in libpurple, but we're going to be stuck with that in GTK land for now. But that's fine. So, yeah. All right. Where can we go? Where's a real programmer for us to go raid? Not a whole lot of people on. That's not surprising. It's 2 in the morning. At least not a lot of people that I follow. But this is, True Logan? I don't know. Who are they? What do they do? Although generally I don't take suggestions. Nothing personal, just people sometimes suggest people that don't necessarily fit well. Alright, sure, why not? Oh, wait, what? They said back at 8:30 CT. Or CET. So they're gone for... No, that was at 1:17. I don't know, whatever, sure. You click the Linux tag? Alright, fair enough. Sure, why not? Let's go raid them. I don't know who this person is. I don't know. They're doing something with 3D art, technology, and programming, whatever. You found me via C? Well, fair. Whatever. Alright, we're gonna go raid them. If you don't want to join the raid, go ahead and cancel above the chat. Otherwise, there's nothing else you need to do. In the meantime, be sure to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube and hit the notification bell for your desired level of notification. In the meantime, you can find links to all my social media right over here, including links to my Mastodon, where I post when I'm going to go live. Or you can even join us on the officially unofficial Pidgin Discord, which you can find right over here as well. So, thank you everybody for coming by tonight, and until next time, adios.